I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like.
You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Yo! Hey, yo!
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have a few drinks and a cup of coffee I don't drink.
Hey, you're watching Poindexter.
You are watching Poindexter Lounge.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. I'm choking on chicken.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. Do you like nerd stuff? Yeah? Then you'll love this. You never know what might happen or who might show up at the lounge.
I just want to thank you for being here and being my friend. It's always good to have someone you could count on, and I'm glad you're that for me.
Poindexter, you're getting all excited.
The Incredible Hulk will not be presented this evening. What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh FETT, and it is good to have you all in the lounge with me tonight. Oh, we've got a good one for you. We've got some fun stories tonight. We've got some fun stuff to go over, but hey, if this is your first time to the lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds, baby. It's a place where you and me and everybody can get together and talk about the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those are things that get you excited, those things that get you fawning over your new Darksaber. Yeah, if you saw the video tonight, I just got the Darksaber from The Mandalorian. And I'm a happy Enosh. But hey, even if you don't have a Darksaber and you're just excited about nerd stuff, hey, welcome. You found the right place. So please hit that subscribe button and that notification bell and become part of this group. Become part of this channel. All right. That's my plea to you. That is my request of you, is I promise that we will give you our best and try to entertain you for the next while. And I just ask that in return that you either subscribe to the channel or if you're subscribed to the channel already, give us a like, give us a thumbs up, all right? And let somebody know about the Poindexter Lounge, you know? Let somebody in your inner circle, tell your friends about the Poindexter Lounge, tell somebody about the lounge, and invite them to come and join us here at this fun place, all right? Also, as always, we want to thank our patrons. Thank you guys for everyone who supports this channel. You guys are awesome, and we're very, very grateful and thankful to all of you, as well as all of our members. The members are awesome. We're over 50 members, and we just keep growing, and that is pretty cool, and we're very, very excited about that. And we appreciate all of you, and of course, everyone who gives super chats throughout the week and in live streams like this. We're very, very thankful for you guys. You guys help us keep the lights on, and probably going to have to use some of that super chat money here pretty soon because I have a leak in my upstairs bathroom that is leaking to my downstairs bathroom and is causing a little bit of ceiling damage. So that we just discovered. So I apologize for being a little late tonight. But I was like, hey, you ever just see something? You're like, hey, what's that? Oh, my finger went through that. Oh. Well, that's going to be fun. Yay. Cool. Well, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to go talk to my nerd friends. So here I am. Here I am with all of you. And I'm thankful for all of you. Before we get started tonight, I want to say hi to Son of a Red Shirt. That's a cool it's a cool avatar and a cool name. Son of a Red Shirt. I like that. Abhajith, good to see you. Good to see you in here tonight. What's up, Blake? Good to see you as well. There is Cherie. I love Cherie. Love her so much. She is so great, and we appreciate her for sure. Let's see. Who else here? Bradley is here tonight. Bradley is here. Let's see. Jimmy is here. What's up, Jimmy? He says, hey, Nash, just wanted to drop in and say what's up. I've been sick with COVID. Oh, man. Even though I'm still vaccinated and it's just kicking my butt right now. Have a great show. I'll be sure to watch the replay. Oh man, I'm so sorry to hear that, Jimmy. I hope that you get well and get better soon. I have a couple of friends who are sick with COVID right now and vaccinated, and so hopefully it's not as bad as it could be, and hopefully I wish you a speedy recovery for sure. What's going on, Ed? Good to see you, sir. Let's see who else is here real quick. Jeff Glotfelty there with the Autobot symbol. Last night I saw Transformers, the movie, the 1986 movie for the first time on the big screen. And that was a wrong that I righted from my childhood. So that was pretty cool. And then, of course, here's another Transformer style name, Benimus Prime, who says, what's up, everyone? Good to see you. Let's see who else is here real quick. Paul Smith is here, says, what's up, Enosh? Hope you had a good day. What's up to everyone in the chat? I did have a good day, Paul. Thank you so much. I don't know, Paul, if you know this, but my middle name is Paul. So you see, we got something in common there. Anthony Belcher is here. What's up, Anthony? Good to see you, sir. T.W. McKay in the house. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Whoops. And this thing just jumped. All right. I love when the chat thing on StreamYard just goes bloop, and you're like, oh, well, there it went. I don't know what's going on there. What's up, Mary? Good to see you. She says, got some work I need to do, but I'll be listening. Awesome. Well, hopefully we provide you enough audio entertainment that you can stay up on everything that we're talking about. Although we do have something later that will be it's very visual. You will need to you will need to see it to believe it, or to deny it. One of the two. Who knows? Bat City Stuff is in the house. Is the moment I know I will live a good life is the moment McFarlane Toys releases a Ben Affleck Batman Whirly Bat helicopter cheer and a Darth Maul Mary Poppins lightsaber umbrella figure. You might be waiting a while. Just saying, you might be waiting a while. Michael Castillo is here. Good to see you, Michael. True Blue says, hey, Enosh, hope you're doing well. Seeing Venom in a few hours. You excited for the movie? Yes, I am. I'm definitely excited for Venom. I love the first one. I've got reservations about the second one just because I know how serious the Carnage story should be. And so I just want to I just hope that it's, that it's as serious as it should be, that it's not too funny. But I mean, I like humor, don't get me wrong, but that's a serious movie. This is my friend watched yesterday and hyped me up for the end credits. Yeah, I've avoided that so far. People have said things here or there, but I don't know for sure what's up, and I can't even remember what people tried to allude to and tell me. So fingers crossed, I won't get sucked up into all that. What's up, Real Elmo Cinema? There's the man right there. There's the guy. Says, hit that like button, friends. Absolutely. Hey, Elmo, I hope that both you and H. Barts make it to my Halloween party. I do. All right, guys. Well, hey, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not doing this show alone. Oh, heck no. I got a buddy up in here, and he's a good guy, and we love him so much. You love him so much. Everywhere he goes, he gets so much love, and you need to show him some love right now as he enters the lounge. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Mr. Brian, Master of None. What's up, Brian?
Fantastic. I'm doing very well.
You're channeling your inner gold dust there for a second.
Absolutely. I got my second shot this morning.
Yeah.
We're going to see side effects live if they happen. So,
so Brian grows a third arm.
Yeah, if I fall ill during the stream, you'll know why.
No, you'll be fine.
I imagine so. I'm usually pretty good about that sort of thing.
I was fine, man. Like everybody's telling me about all these, they felt this way and that and everything, man. And I felt fine like the entire time. I never had one.
I mean, the first one, my arm was sore, but that was about it. This one, it's not even sore. It's like, whatever. Okay.
Isaac and Landon said that they felt a little lethargic, like they felt a little beat up, like they were tired and stuff.
I was kind of like that today, but I'm always like that, so it's kind of hard to judge.
Right? I'm always tired. What's funny about doing these? I almost said nerdgasm streams. That'd be a whole different stream altogether, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, in the third or fourth hour,
we get there. We definitely get there. Like, we take our time, baby. We take our time, baby. Yeah, that's right. We warm you up before we give you the nerdgasm.
The news is just foreplay. Stick around.
Oh my gosh, we are lovers around here, ladies and gentlemen. No, I've been doing these. Now I can't even remember what they're called. They're called Nerdcouragement. These Nerdcouragement streams where I'm in my car and stuff. And I think people are now starting to talk to me, and they're like, wow, man, you really are busy, man. You're all over the place. You're going all hours of the day. It's like I'll be honest. I was on the stream the other night, 5, 6 a.m. And then it's I was bright and early back at 8 a.m., man, on the road. And people are like, dude, when do you sleep?
Up all night Saturday, performing at church on Sunday morning.
I do it all, man. I do it all. What can I say? Hey, we got a couple people. Chuck here says, sup, Enosh, that Boba Fett poster looks amazing. Did you collect those retro Kenner action figures that came out a while ago? So I did. Yeah, I did. I got a lot of them over here on the wall. The retro ones. And those ones are cool. I mean, look, they look very simple. I have most of those retro ones, Chuck. Like the actual photos, not the retro ones. I have most of the original ones, and I wasn't originally, Brian, gonna collect the remakes and stuff. But
because you have the originals too.
Yeah, because I have the originals, right? So, but I like having them on the card. I dig having the cards. And so
it's kind of something to have if you're a collector too. I mean, it makes sense.
it's fun to look at. You know what I mean? It's fun to look at. So for sure. But you know, it's like I got a lot of these original, you know, figures lying around.
I'm looking to double my figure collection. I want to get the Cavill Superman, but in the blue.
Oh yes,
I've seen that one around, but it's really hard to find.
It is hard to find. It's a Target exclusive, man.
Oh,
you know what? You know what I just
Target.
Yeah, Target, dude. Good luck. Good luck. You know what I just pre-ordered today that I didn't even know existed. I love when I just find something out like by accident. Like I'm perusing Facebook and all of a sudden, like I'm in one of these Star Wars groups. People ask me why I don't leave the groups, like the crazy stupid groups that I'm in on Facebook. And you know why? It's because somebody will always chime in with like they found something or whatever, and I'm like, oh crap. And so like I'm part of this Star Wars group, and all of a sudden somebody goes, hey, did anybody pick up that George Lucas Black Series figure that's in the Stormtrooper outfit? I'm like, what the literal F, man? Like what? I didn't even know about.
No, like, how did I not hear about this?
Like I'm using harsh letters. I'm like, what in the world? Like that wasn't on anybody's pre-order list. What?
I saw a picture. It looked legit though. I was like, wow, that looks cool.
And then everybody's like, oh, it's sold out. I couldn't get it. It's sold out. And I was like, dang it. And then one guy in one thread goes, oh, you can still get them at GameStop. I'm like, GameStop.com. Yay, victory. So, yeah. So I got one coming. So pretty excited. Well, speaking of figures, don't forget, you know, I forgot to mention this. Our giveaway for this week is this Thomas Wayne, courtesy of Benson's, our good friend Mark over at Benson's. Benson's Emporium. Benson's Emporium. You can find him online, Benson's Emporium. He sells all kinds of cool stuff, and so he sent us this Thomas Wayne Batman Unmasked figure to give away. And all you got to do to be eligible for this figure is to either be a member, be a patron, or give a super chat at any time. And so then that can be yours. All right. So somebody's going to win it. It might as well be you. Might as well be you. Brian won once.
That's true. I mean, you guys are looking at it every night. That's right there.
So he won that R2D2 poster for sure. For sure.
I love it. It's beautiful. It's retro. Fantastic.
I think Derek won something a while back. If not, who knows? Who knows? It says it would have been awesome to be born with 4 arms. I don't know, man. I don't know. Having 3 legs is hard enough. But oh man.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it would be kind of difficult walking around like Prince Goro.
Peter Rabbit's Defender says, yo, Enosh, yo, Peter Rabbit's Defender.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
All right.
It's going to be a fun night. Like you said, Jeopardy. I'm like, yes. Let's make it happen.
You know, Sheree, that is something that we just, that is something that we coined around here not too long ago. Because like somebody would just say a letter and we just be like, yep, harsh letters. I am a pie guy, faux show. I'm a pie man. But yeah, so we got some fun topics. We don't know who might join in. Hopefully some people join in, or we might just have to throw the link out there, Brian, and get you some contenders in here.
Yeah. Who might just have to
step up. We're bringing back. Heck yeah. We're gonna bring in. We're gonna try to get a game of Jeopardy in tonight. It's been a while since we've had a game of Jeopardy, and I was just sitting around here thinking tonight. I was like, well, dang, we haven't played Jeopardy in like forever, and so
we could probably rope RJ in. I imagine he'll finish up with Max by the time we get there.
Yeah. So, what's up, Gavin? Says Book of Boba looks hype. It sure do.
It does, man. Oh,
thank you, Sheree. That's what I'm going for. I'm going for adorable.
Oh yeah. Nobody pulls off a mullet wig and a cape like Enosh.
Nope. Speaking of mullet wigs, don't forget this Saturday night is the return twofold, right? So make plans for your Saturday night. Cancel all your other plans Saturday night. Cancel your hot date. Cancel everything else. And make plans to first of all be with the Nerd Queens and my lovely wife, the lovely Tifftastic, over on League of Mayhem. They got all kinds of fun stuff planned for you guys with the League of Mayhem over on the Nerd Queens channel at 7 p.m. Is it 7 p.m. or is it 8 p.m.? Somebody fact check me.
Don't quite remember.
Somebody fact check me. I I thought it was 7 p.m. off the top of my head, but I can't remember. So
I made a lot of sandwiches this week, so
yeah, it might be 8 p.m. I don't know. Brian's gonna fact check me here real quick, but they're gonna have a good time over there. It's the return of League of Mayhem. Now, what is League of Mayhem, you ask? It's a bunch of girls, man. It's a bunch of females who love nerd stuff. Come on, the only thing better than that is a girl rock band, an all-girl rock band. I love me an all-girl rock band. Giovanni here says he believes that they said 8:30, so it might be 8:30. It might be 8:30. What's up, Integrity 101? Hey, there's my guy. Integrity. See, this. Here's the thing. YouTube's been doing some crazy stuff to us. So please, if you are subscribed to the channel, please make sure you're still subscribed because crazy stuff's been happening around here lately. But apparently, Integrity made a comment on a video this weekend, and he left another comment that said, "Hey, what's the deal, man? Why'd you delete my comment? I didn't even say anything." And I'm like, I didn't delete your comment. And the first thing I usually do when somebody says that, first thing I usually do is I usually go over to because there is a held area, you know, and view certain language, but it wasn't in the held area either, Integrity. And so I don't know. I have no idea. And that crazier thing's been happening too. You know, Eddie was in a private Twitter thread that I had. He got kicked out, and I couldn't add him back. And then today Zod messaged me and said, "Hey, why'd you kick me out of the group?" And I'm like, "I didn't kick you out of the group. What are you talking about, man?" So I've had 2 people now kicked out of my group, and I have no idea why, and I can't add them back. So
that is weird.
I know, it's strange. It's strange. Oh, thank you so much. Tell your wife that we said thank you and hello, and we're glad to have her as well. And I'd be more than happy to mess up her name as well, Apogith. For sure. My first comment got deleted tonight. He says, I just said you were taking a huge dump. Well,
probably why it got deleted. I hate to throw a little logic in the situation.
I mean, something got deleted. Something got deleted. Either the comment.
That's the shits. Oh.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Well, hey.
Sorry for the harsh words.
The harsh letters. Well, Brian and I are going to go on. I'll tell you what, we got. But after the Nerd Queens, after that, then you're going to want to jump over to Max's stream. You know why? Because Max is doing something pretty awesome. Max is having the Enosh Poindexter Lounge appreciation stream. And so it's like, this is your life for streamers. And so
I imagine it's going to be something like The Rock and Mankind, where they broke records. That's the kind of level we're going for here, and it's going to be fantastic. So just make sure you head on over to, Movie Madness and Entertainment.
Heck yeah. So hey, come on over, and I can't wait to see what they got planned. No, it's not a roast. You do suck, at least that I know of.
Maybe.
Lunga won't be there. Lunga won't be there. And then of course everything else I'm involved in. Sunday podcast at 3:30 p.m. Eastern on Sundays with Dawson in many ways. Dawson in many ways. Yes. Frick. In many ways. Dawson, I did it again. I was going to say nerdy in many ways. So come check us out over there. We have a lot of fun over there. Yes. Movie Madness. Yes. At Movie Madness. What's up, Captain James Biggins?
What's up, man?
Biggins. Every time I see Biggins, all I think of is Married with Children.
Yeah, the magazine.
Yep, that's all I think about. Every time I see Captain James Biggins, I'm just like, yeah. Well, hey.
The heck, TW?
Yes, pimp, racist, sexist thought. You got to watch the show to understand. I realized something this week, TW. Like for
I always work when that one's on, so I'm like, damn it.
Yeah. Well, you can always watch the replay because the replay is hilarious. I just realized something about that show. I am like the antagonist of all antagonists to Dawson during that show. I become a totally different person during that show, Brian. Like seriously, like I give Dawson such a hard time during that show, man. I mess with him something fierce, and have a great time with him. So
That's good banter, though. You know?
Oh, it is, and he just gets so frustrated. I was trying to think of who I'm like to him, because I thought of it the other day, and it was like I had it in my head, and it was just like, yeah, I got it, and then I forgot like who I'm like to him. But I just love seeing the look on his face. I cut him off. I make fun of him. And everybody seems to think it's entertaining. Yes, Cherie's like, yes, you do, Enosh. It's so entertaining. So it's cool. It's cool. Hey, we got a special guest though in the back. Maybe we should talk about this story first. It's not supposed to be our first story, but maybe we should talk about this story first because we have a very special guest. I have many of his action figures. Many of his action figures, as you all know, is one of my favorite action figures. It's my favorite thing to collect is vintage Boba Fett action figures. I now have about 125 of these bad dudes, and I love them a lot. But so I'm very, very honored that that this special guest would join us tonight, and that, of course, is the one, the only Boba Fett, and that is one heck of a mask. Let me tell you.
I understand you're the one they call Enosh Fett.
I am. Maybe we're related.
I'm trying to understand how you became part of our clan.
Well, you see, the thing is, I was walking down the street, and this guy, he was trying to hire some girl to blow some darts at some Jedi. And he was like, hey, yo, dude, can you blow a dart? And I'm like, hey, I've never blown a thing in my life. And then he said, okay, well, I'm going to hire this chick. And then him and I went and got a couple drinks. And next thing I know, he was like asking me to come join the clan. And since my name was already, close, I told him I did make a joke. I was like, I'm not joining the clan, I'll tell you that. But I'll join the Mandalorians. And so, here I am.
Are you mocking me?
I would never mock you, sir.
Happy belated birthday, Enosh. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Friday.
Thank you. I was getting ready to go get my Boba Fett mask and my my Darksaber. Did you see my Darksaber?
Off, man.
Did you see my Darksaber yet?
Not yet. I've been kind of off YouTube for a while. I had a couple of shows, and I've been trying to play catch up, but I felt really bad I couldn't join your birthday broadcast last week, so I wanted to just wish you belated happy birthday. When I saw you were talking Boba Fett, I had to bring him on to wish you a happy.
Yeah, I really like your helmet, man. Your helmet's awesome.
Oh, thanks. It was actually a custom job. A guy in England made it. Gerardo Fulano, I think was his name, and I've had this in my collection, I think, for about 25 years. It was a fiberglass. Was originally done in fiberglass, and then it was hand painted. And it's like you can buy stuff off the shelf. You can buy stuff off the shelf, the licensed stuff, but I really tend to prefer the handcrafted, like homemade stuff by artisans who are working out of their garages and workshops.
Heck yeah.
So it's a nice piece.
Yeah, it looks like a Black Series one. That looks really good.
Yeah, but when I saw Boba Fett, oh, there you go. Oh, now we got to do.
I'm left out. Hang on.
Dueling Fetts. Have you got one too? Oh, there you go.
No, that's as close as I got. Here.
Let's see if this next guy has anything. What's up, TW?
No, I'm good.
There you go.
It's a Fett off.
All right.
If only it weren't so hard to see out of these things, though. I mean, the smoked glass is great, but not so much when you're inside of it looking out. But
yeah, unless you're like Corey Hart, you wear your sunglasses at night.
Have I ever showed you guys my my Gentle Giant Boba Fett?
Is that the life-size bust or?
Oh no! It's you guys.
Giant puts out a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. You guys know that I collect these, right? And so I got 200 of those. But a buddy of mine bought me this.
Oh wow!
Oh sweet, I've seen those.
That's huge.
The oversized Kenner ones, yeah.
Heck yeah, I loved it. This honestly is one of my most prized possessions because this is one of those things I would have never purchased this for myself. There's just some things that like I tell you guys, I know a lot of people don't believe it, but I am cheap when it comes to what I buy. I mean, like seriously, like I wait till I get deals on stuff. You Do Suck was teasing me even because tonight I did I premiered my review of my Darksaber that I got in today. And, he was joking. He's like, oh, that's $264, but that's worth it. And I'm like, yeah, but I got a deal on it. So I always get deals, man. I always find deals. But my buddy, Aaron, bought this for me as a gift, and I would never have bought this for myself because this is like a $200 action figure. And
damn,
yeah, but it's awesome though. It's got the rocket firing stuff on the back and everything, information on the back, and you can see there it actually comes with the detachable rocket there.
Are those still available, or is that out of
no, this is like out of print. Like you can still buy them from different places, but
elevated fees.
Yeah, like the only place you're going to find them is like on the aftermarket. You're not going to find them at like an actual store or anything. No, but that's one of my prized possessions right there. That's
very sweet score.
That is beautiful.
That's one of those things that William ain't ever getting his hands on. Let me tell you.
He's like, that's in the safe. I've got a secret room in my house that has all my real good stuff.
You have like a lockbox with you have like a lockbox with that with your Lex Luthor. You gotta hide it from all your friends.
I'm gonna have to get a safe deposit box for goodness sake.
You've got a nice Kylo Ren helmet back there, Brian. That's a nice one. Is that a Black Series?
No, it's just a $40 one off the.
Oh, it looks all right. Looks good.
Looks good for $40.
Yeah,
heck yeah.
No, not bad at all. The first one I got I was like, oh, $29.99. I'm like, it was a mask, and it was like all flimsy and floppy. It looked, the texture of it was right because it wasn't shiny and stuff, but like it was awful. Early pictures of me and the Kylo Ren are with that mask. And, they don't look good.
So I will show you guys this. You know what? Since we are talking about it, I won't get up and go to the other room to go get it right now. But I will show you this. You guys can find this. I just premiered this tonight, and that is the video for my.
It's lightsaber day.
I didn't know that was going to pop up like that. I didn't know it was going to pop up like that.
That's impressive.
Right? I didn't know I was going to do that. I love lightsaber day around here. I've got, I think, man, I got to count my lightsabers now. I got over 20 lightsabers now.
Dude, you got like way too many. You can seriously field like a brigade of Jedi.
I could, and Sith,
for battle.
and Sith. I've got a bunch of Sith sabers too. And I'll tell you what, I've got, we've got another one getting ready to come too, because the Ahsoka Tano one is releasing here like any day. It's actually already been released, but we've got it pre-ordered from GameStop, and we're thinking about actually canceling it tomorrow and just ordering it from Amazon, because it's available on Amazon. And who knows when it's going to come in from GameStop right now. But
which Ahsoka sabers?
I think it's from it's her new one.
Okay.
I think it's her newest one.
The white blade ones.
It is white blade. It is white blade. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
that's
yeah,
one of the ones Sophie got, because those are sweet.
No, Sophie got the double set. So this one is just a single, saber. But Sophie, oh my gosh, Sophie got the most awesome thing. Sophie and Scotty, if you guys are watching, my gosh, Sophie got she got those sabers, and actually, you know what? Let me show you guys this, because it was just her birth. Excuse me, I believe her birthday.
Christmas morning, it was epic.
Got the hiccups all of a sudden. Where is he? Come on, Scotty. Where's your looking for Scotty's text here? Because Scotty sent me. Oh, here it is. So she just got this. He got her this, and I can show it now because he got her this statue.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Ooh. Cool? That's cool. Mora, that's a nice touch.
Yeah, heck yeah. So, so we got. I just released this video today. You can find it here on the channel.
To see that I opened this up, and you can see
it was dented. My box was dented. I was scared to death to open it. I was scared to death. Like, even before I did the review, I cut it open, and then I opened the box just to make sure that like
your
everything
heart sank.
Looks like a Hot Topic commercial with all the camera work.
And it makes no sense. It makes no sense that box was damaged. It had to have been damaged in the. We lost TW. It had to have been damaged in the warehouse, because it was in the regular Hasbro box outside this, you know, like it's like a reinforced box that's it's all filled in because this box is weird angles and stuff. It's all squared up. And then it was in a bigger box that was like huge. I went out there and it was in Tiffany's name because we got it on her name's on our Amazon account. And so I went out to the porch today and I was like, what the heck did you get, woman? It was like, this thing looks like you could fit a person in it. And then of course it was for me.
There you go.
But it was all right. Yeah, it was all good.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Elite.
but let me show you. Like it's just got
Stress
so many.
enough. This is the heaviest hilt.
That hilt, you could hurt somebody with that hilt.
Does it have rechargeable batteries inside of it?
So it's got one rechargeable battery.
Okay.
It's a different kind of thing. Usually these things take different batteries. The old ones took like 6 batteries.
Yeah.
Took like 6 AA's, but the old Master Replica ones. Then they started knocking it down to about 3 AA's. But now they got a rechargeable one that's USB.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah. So in fact, I think it was You Do Suck was talking about tonight. Like, wouldn't it be cool if there was storage on it
where you can upload sounds and music?
Yeah, that like you could put the plans to the Death Star on there and be like, it's in the hilt of my lightsaber.
Oh god, I thought it was so good. I just no. Sorry, I just thought it was stupid. I can't tell it here. I'll tell you in the back room. I thought it was a stupid old joke I made about the plans to the Death Star. It's nothing bad. It's just like it's not related to the topic of the stream.
But it's super cool. I'll show you the moment, everybody, like the money shot moment. Here it is right here.
Where we light the Darksaber for the very first time. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Holy cow.
That is pretty sweet.
I remember just
you can see here.
I don't think I'll ever forget
cutting
seeing
blade
that in live action for the first time, and just being like, you never thought when that show came out for the first time that you were ever going to see this in live action. Ever.
Yeah. And then he steps out of the wreckage of the TIE fighter and just busts it out, and it's like,
my brain melted just like everybody else's.
Are there selector buttons on the hilt to activate the
Yeah,
red?
that's a good question.
Oh yeah. There's 2 buttons. So there's the main button that activates the saber and deactivates it, and then there's a second button that if you hold it down, it does the cutting edge kind of thing, and then if you just hit that button, it looks like you're deflecting blast with it. So
does it also have like contact recognition, or is it just
Oh yeah.
that?
Oh yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. Although
So
I will say this,
Okay.
you really don't want to hit that into something because
no.
the black part. Well, the black part, no. I mean, especially because like with my other sabers, with they're making them stronger.
They're
now.
durable, but you still don't want to take a chance.
You don't, because I know
course
people
not.
who've gone crazy with them and either shattered them. There's a story somebody told me about Ray Park. Somebody gave him their double-bladed saber. I've got the double-bladed Darth Maul saber, and somebody at a Comic-Con gave him the saber, and he was just like doing practice stuff with it, and he was showing up, and it hit something, and it shattered into a million pieces. And
you got to quote what Integrity 101 says down here.
What's that? Nothing beats middle-aged men practicing to save the universe with Star Wars. Hey.
We're all guilty of it. We're all guilty of it.
I am guilty as charged, sir.
Come at me, bro.
I've got my Master Replica saber.
The 54, I guess.
But yeah, I mean, at least those, like, you can kind of play. Now, I do have 2 battle. I do have 2. Oh, we lost Nightstar. He's still back there. I think his camera just went out. So I have 2 battle sabers that you can hit, but they don't make noise. They don't have the sound chip in them, so they light up, and they light up just with a snap, and you can, they'd be great for me filming something because you can fight.
The manufacturer Ultra Sabers?
Maybe, I think so.
Yeah, because they do a lot of the battle sabers. I've seen those.
Yeah. And so I got those. But this one, this dark saber, it's weird because the black strip. First of all, you know how like you see it a lot, and it's kind of cracked. It's got a cracked look to it where you can see the white through it. Because I've got the toy plastic one, and the toy plastic one is crackle like all through the black part. This saber is not. It's not. It's just straight up. But it's like a vinyl. It's like a matte vinyl. So you could like scuff it up, and you know, like you just want to be careful with it. Is all. So that's it.
Yeah. You watch if you watch the animated stuff, it's got the crackle. But if you watch Mandalorian, it's not there.
True. Nice.
Give yourself to the dark side.
We have cookies.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's a similar saber to the one that I have.
Oh, that's 70 show episode.
That helmet that Nightstar has. I've seen that helmet in person, and that helmet is amazing. Let me tell you something. That helmet is just
it's heavy, and there's nothing like. Is
that the Return of the Jedi helmet or the Empire helmet?
That's the Empire Strikes Back.
Empire Strikes Back. Okay.
Yeah, it's heavy too. It's fiberglass. So again, this is this is a replica. I guess someone got their hands on an actual screen used and cast them.
It is
short run on the replica prop form way back in the day before there was Etsy and Facebook.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So, yeah. And the shine of the lightsaber and
then that is.
There you go.
Just looking at the saber there. That is what
Vader's
New Hope.
Oh no, this is the New Hope. This is the Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah,
he's talking about the saber, but Vader's saber doesn't change.
No,
it does. It does in Jedi.
The New Hope saber. Yeah,
because in Jedi the emitter is different.
Yep. Oh. Definitely. Yeah, this is the. So I think let's see, EFX or. There were two versions of lightsabers done by two collector companies. So I think I've got the same hilt on both. I've got a Vader mannequin in the other room where
that looks like the EFX one to me at least.
Probably.
Is that the one with the little black? Yeah, where you're turning it on is the little black dot. Yeah, so that's the one I have. That's the master replicas. Yep, that's the one that I have. Yep, that's the one that I have.
Because I think the EFX turns on with the big button in the middle there. That's not really a button.
Yeah.
The new one, the Black Series one, turns on with the clear plastic thing. It slides.
Okay.
On the side, like
interesting.
The clear glass looking thing. It slides.
No disintegration. No, that's not Vader. No disintegrations. As you wish. There we go.
As you wish.
There's my nerd performance for the night. Let me put these guys on the floor.
All right. So, well, you know what? Speaking of that, yeah, let's go to that story then, since that seems to be the topic that everyone wants to go to first.
Well, that's what drew me out.
There you go. So, the Book of Boba Fett.
Yes.
What a poster! What a poster!
Boba is the boss.
Oh my gosh, that's just. Oh, I cannot wait.
Could we ever have imagined after, what is this now, more than 20 years after Return of the Jedi, we'd finally get the Boba Fett story? Did you think?
You mean like,
I did.
No, we're looking at, well, think about it. We're at now, 2023 will be 40 years of Return of the Jedi.
40 years later, we're finally getting Boba's story. Thank Christ.
Yes. Next year is 45 years of A New Hope, which is kind of crazy to think about.
I'm just grateful because I never thought we'd get more Star Wars after Revenge of the Sith.
No, neither did I.
Never thought we'd get more Star Wars after Return of the Jedi, but here we are finally bringing it back to Boba.
Yep. But it says the next live action Star Wars TV series has set an air date with the Book of Boba Fett set to debut on Disney Plus service on December 29th. The official Star Wars Twitter account announced the news this morning, along with releasing the first poster art for the show, which is included below. Tamara Morrison and Ming-Na Wen reprise their roles of Boba Fett and Fennec Shand, respectively, from the second season of The Mandalorian and other media from the franchise in the series, which will pick up where Mando's second season finale credits stinger left off. In the series, the pair navigate the galaxy's underworld when they return to the sands of Tatooine to stake their claim on the territory once ruled by Jabba the Hutt and his crime syndicate. Robert Rodriguez, Jon Favreau, and Dave Filoni. So would that be now the Favloni-Riguez universe?
I don't know, man. I've lost track of all my acronyms at this point. My short forms. It's
well, you know,
I have
Mike
a PDF
Zero.
and,
There's a new one. Mike Zero now calls the Favreau, Filoni, Lucas one. He calls it FFL. He said. He says, I call it, he says, or what I like to call FFL.
Oh my gosh.
You know, it's interesting back in the day.
Just reminds me of like the NFL. Da 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 da. Welcome to the FFL.
We always thought, I mean, Boba was always kind of identified as a villain, but I think even back in the day, I never sensed he was a villain. He was like a gray character, and then that kind of came out in the EU comic books. And I love the fact that they've done a redemption arc with him, and they've had the opportunity with Mandalorian to be able to guide him towards what I think is kind of redemption arc with him, because he was never really a bad guy.
Well, I mean, the reason I say sort of is if you look at the plot synopsis for this show, I'm like, it seems like he's kind of, you know, turning. It doesn't seem like he's going to try and go legit. It just seems like, hey, you know, like if you guys have seen the Tales of Interest Futurama episode, there's no place like I want to be a witch. Like that's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, but I don't sense that what's going to happen in this show is going to however he retains that title, controlling Jabba's old turf. I don't think it's going to be with the cruelty of Jabba the Hutt's crime organization, but I do think it's going to be with the firmness and the authority. I mean, I don't see Boba Fett's going to return into a snidely whiplash villain. I think that he's a very multi-layered character, and I'm really
he'll wind up like Paulie in Goodfellas or something like that.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
because I honestly feel like this could be a great place to kind of, in the same way that Mando brought in influence from like Western stuff as well as the samurai stuff. I think you could bring in lots of not just specifically mob stories, but just broader organized crime fiction. I think you could really do a really good job with that. And especially considering one of the executive producers is a guy who did the film adaptation for Sin City. I can definitely see it happening, you know?
Cool.
Yeah,
I'm stoked.
I don't know. Okay, so.
And I'm glad we're getting it December sooner than later.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For me, I don't want to see them make Boba Fett too much of a good guy, though.
I don't think it's going to be so much of a good guy, Enosh. I think that there's going to be a lot of shades of gray, but I don't. I mean, look, there were shades of gray with Mandalorian until he discovered Grogu, and then even throughout that whole storyline. You know, as much as he was a noble character, he was making decisions that we wouldn't have expected a hero.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just hope that they don't go too light side with him. You know what I mean? Like I
just need the scene from Goodfellas when they play, you know, the bridge section of Layla over at like, that's what I need. Is like droids with droids and like Gamorreans and stuff like that. You know, have like Quarrens hanging from meat hooks and things like that. Obviously, that's too extreme, but like something like that to kind of show where someone goes, "Hey, Boba's going too soft." Oh, is that right? And then
I think what they might this is the direction I sense they're going to go in with him, like the Equalizer, a character that uses his skills, which are not always, you know, clean, maybe to balance the scales in ways that only an anti-hero would, like the Punisher, you know, or the Equalizer, that TV series where the Equalizer took on cases or jobs that would actually kind of help the people that were hiring him, but not necessarily with the cleanest of results. Maybe.
I just hope that they keep him cool. Look, as a Boba Fett fan, my entire life, I've heard too many people make fun of Boba Fett because they say, well, he wasn't cool enough, or, you know, like there was never anything really, you know, cool about Boba Fett. You know, he was just this and that, and he got taken out. And I've never subscribed to that.
Didn't know how to use him. It's like, unfortunately, he was George introduced this really cool character that I think the designers had aspirations to do more with. And, you know, they write Return of the Jedi and they get rid of him in like the first 20 minutes.
Each trilogy seems to have done that with one character.
Noble end, yeah.
Like, think about it, because you had the originals, you had Boba. In my opinion, you had Maul in the prequels, and then you had Phasma in the sequels.
Yeah, that's true.
She came. If you read her novel, she came from a planet that was devastated by nukes. Nukes, like
to Mad Max. Keep in mind that's the author's later coming up with a good story for it because we got cheated out of seeing her acting as a good villain during the actual movie.
Which I think is something else that happened with Boba, because all we really got out of him was like 4 lines in Empire, and then Boba Fett where, boom, dead.
Yeah.
And then it took.
That's what I
think
said.
about
He
it.
went out
You
like
had
a
Legends
punk,
for years, and then it took Mando to bring him canon again. I'm like, let's go. Let's give this everything we need.
Mando made Boba cool, in my book.
Yeah,
he was always cool to me.
If you got
He was
knee
always cool to
rockets, bro, you're laying it down. You know what I mean?
And like I said, when you got the guy, we're having a couple episodes directed by Robert Rodriguez too, and I'm a big fan of Robert Rodriguez's stuff.
He's the guy to get, because he's hardcore gritty stuff. Plus, you're definitely going to get that like the kind of space western feeling that.
This is the guy that did the Mariachi trilogy, so like he knows how to do it. And that's the other thing is, if you look at El Mariachi, like the original cut before they started adding all the post production stuff, I think it was like $80K or something. Like, it was a really small budget for even 1992 or whatever it was when El Mariachi came out. Like, he knows how to do kind of a smaller budget in that sense. So I think you could probably be able to kind of squeeze stuff in a way that you might not have been able to do in The Mandalorian. Why am I looking at Gene Hackman and Troy Aikman?
I don't know. It went back because Dark Horizons is weird. Dark Horizons is weird every once in a while. When you go to a story, sometimes when you go back, it goes to like a different looking page, and I don't know why it does that, but it does it on my phone. It does it.
Yeah. And yes, you are right, Brian. Troy Aikman is 91 years old.
Not Troy Aikman, Gene Hackman.
I know.
Holy hell!
Here's something that's just off of topic, whatever. Did you guys see that they're doing a Night Court?
Night Court, yeah. Of all the shows to bring back, I wasn't. No disrespect to Night Court, especially my dad was a big fan of that show. I just was so surprised because it just seemed kind of out of nowhere. Like,
it must be like Red Letter Media fans or something. Like,
right.
Mr. Plinkett wants his Night Court.
I demand my Night Court shows again.
Right. Integrity 101 here. I thought this was funny. I didn't read it, but I wanted to read it
Oh,
out.
yes,
He says, hey, what was your dad doing last night? Playing with Star Wars toys. What was your dad doing? He was sitting on the couch eating Doritos watching your dad's show from 1,000 miles away.
But that is cool. That is cool to see a court show coming back. Speaking of court shows that are coming back,
what's up, Anthony? Yes, sir.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah. Speaking of court shows.
Speaking of court shows coming back.
Shows. Yeah.
Law and Order.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. You guys stop trying to get ahead of everything. We haven't even got to the first thing yet.
You're the one who brought up the court show.
I'll do the transitions around here, sir. I run the show. Thank you very much. Don't make me. Don't make me.
Usurping the producer position.
I swear to God. You just give me time. We're not done with this story yet. I'm not done with this story. This story still has more to.
There's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm just gonna. Well, hold on a second, because
all I know is I ordered a boba coffee the other day. And it was delicious.
What's a boba coffee?
It's that little boba.
I've had boba tea. I've never had boba coffee.
I don't know.
Like, because you can do coffee flavor with it. Like, I've seen it. It's just I've never had one.
Are you talking about a boba frap? Boba frappuccino. There you go. I saved the joke.
I don't know what's going on here.
I need a boba frap.
Darkhorizons.com. All right. See if it'll just go to the main page again. There we go.
I can serve it to you warm, or I can serve it to you cold.
That's great.
But great poster. We got the air date of December 29th, so right after Christmas. You know what's great about this? It's right in that middle place, right between Christmas and New Year's, where everything just kind of shuts down. And
you can kind of just do whatever. You're at home relaxing. You might be off on vacation if you're so lucky, and you can just kind of like, yeah, this is nice, and just. Like, okay, I'm that way that time.
I only wish they dropped them all at once, like they did with the.
Yeah, but I'm glad they don't.
During holiday break, though, that's like the perfect.
Yeah, but you know what, Night Star. So here's the thing about that, man. I used to think the same thing because I really liked the Netflix version of that. You know, you just drop them all and you watch them all. And I get it. People love to binge stuff. I love to binge stuff. But here's where I really learned to not enjoy that anymore. And that was all the hype for Stranger Things season 3. There was so much hype for Stranger Things season 3. I was like so stoked, and we binged that thing in a day. One weekend, people talked about it, and that was it. And then it was gone. Nobody cared about it. Nobody talked about it anymore. There was no more hype. It was literally gone faster than you could blink your eyes. And it taught me something about that at that time was you really don't want that stuff to just drop all at once, because there's no talking about it, like talking about each episode. Like, look, right now, every week we talk about this stuff, right? So Mandalorian drops. It's like, oh my gosh, the Razor Crest gets blown up. We're talking about that for a week and like what's going to happen next. And you get this anticipation for the next episode. And we're doing this collectively as a fandom. If everybody just watches the whole thing and just burns through the whole thing real quick, there's nothing to talk about. Everybody goes, hey, wasn't that cool? Yep.
Do you think that's why they dropped Visions all at once?
Well, Visions, I think, is a different thing. I think Visions is a completely different thing. Visions is just a collection of short, stories that aren't canon. They're not something that they really just wanted to, last and last and last. It was something that is meant to be viewed like that, one after another, because it's an ensemble of different short stories.
How long was each episode of Visions? Because I haven't watched it yet.
Each episode of it varies, but it varies anywhere from like 10 to 15 minutes. So there's a couple that might be a little bit longer, but yeah, they range in time. So
because I remember thinking like, all right, these are going to be awesome. Like I'm ready for them. Shorts, like that was how I felt. I was just kind of like really disappointed because, especially if for those that know some of the studios involved, like seeing their work, I was like, oh, this is going to be great. We're going to be able to introduce these studios to a lot of people. Like one of my favorite animation studios from Japan is Production IG, who did The Ninth Jedi, and so I was really hyped to see that. I just haven't seen it yet. I just haven't sat down and watched Visions yet, but I am really hyped that people get to see that now finally.
Hey, the best one is The Elder. The best one by far is The Elder. Second best is probably the first one.
With the helicopter saber.
Helicopter sabers be damned. It's still probably the second best one.
There was two I didn't even watch. I watched like the first 5 seconds of the Pinocchio one, and I was like, I'm out. Sorry. This just doesn't seem cool to me at all. And then
there was another
Pinocchio
one. Which one do you mean?
It's a droid that thinks he's a boy.
Oh, it's basically Star Wars Astro Boy.
Yeah,
but
his old man is Dr. Light from Mega Man.
But here's the thing, though. Brian didn't know about R5D4.
What do you mean they didn't know about R5D4?
You don't know about R5D4?
No.
R5D is nuts. Like
what? You know who R5D4 is, right?
He was the R2. He was the R2 unit with the bad motivator.
No, he's not an R2 unit.
No.
He's an R5 unit.
But he planned all that because there was an agenda.
But I'm saying he was the R2 unit with the bad motivator, as Luke quoted.
He's not an R2 unit, though. He's an R5 unit.
I know. I'm quoting Luke Skywalker.
Even Luke Skywalker says this R2 unit
I know
has
he's
bad
an
motivator.
R5 unit.
That's true.
I know he's an R5 unit. My favorite in the series is the R6 series, so I know.
Anyways, R5,
I like the BBs
R5,
myself. So,
the story goes. I'm just messing with you. The story goes that R5 is actually a sentient, force sensitive droid, and that R5 had a premonition of the future when all that was going down, and knew that R2D2 needed to go with Luke because the fate of the galaxy depended upon it, and so he blew his own motivator so that R2 would be chosen to go instead of himself. So he sacrificed his own life.
He blew his own motivator.
Correction. I did know about that.
He blew his own motivator.
It was in from a certain point of view. Sorry, I forgot the droid's name. That's my bad.
Nice retroactive like explanation for all that. I'm sure George figured that out when he was writing the script too. That was like all planned.
Daniel Scott here with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Daniel. Says this is going to be the Godfather of Star Wars universe. It also is Ming Na Wen a vampire because she's 57 and look at her. Wow. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
She's looking good. She's looking good. She's looking good for sure. So I know we're all looking forward to it, but yeah, Boba Fett coming the 29th, man. The 29th of December. Can't wait. It's going to be here before you know it, man.
Get her done.
It's going to be, I mean, October's here. I can't believe October's here right now. And
right,
man. But yeah, so we're going along. Okay. Wow, look at there, one down. Are you happy, TW?
I'm not rushing.
Are you happy? You want to get the show done real quick here? Is there someplace you got to be?
He wants to take a shot. He wants to play some Jeopardy real bad.
You got a hot date? You got a hot date? You got a hot date? Like Enosh, what's the next topic?
I did pick out some nice gloves. So like, yeah, we should be.
Were we doing it out of order? Or will we?
Did we talk about Jason KILAR? I'm so glad.
Well, like we don't even have an order anymore now. Like we don't even have an order anymore. Like
I blew that with my helmet appearance. I'm sorry. I had to jump in with the FETT helmet. I know that threw things off.
He busted out the Boba Fett toys first, though.
He blew that with his helmet.
Oh man.
Yeah, what you do on your time is your business, all right?
I didn't see you playing with your dolls again, sir.
I guess not. Okay. Well, you know what? Round robin. Here's what we'll do. We'll go to the chat. Chat. What would you guys like to talk about next?
What did Jason KILAR have to say?
You want to listen to what Jason KILAR had to say?
He's sweating bullets. He's
I was wondering if we should wait till William comes in at some point during the night because otherwise we'll have to rehash the entire thing. We'll wait till he gets here and then like we'll go on to something else and then William will go like, hey, so what you guys talking about? Did you guys talk about that Jason KILAR thing yet? Yeah, like a half hour ago. Well, here's my whole take on it, and then we'll go on for another hour about it. And then like people in the chat will complain.
Next thing you know, we've been on for 4 hours.
You do sucks. Showgirls.
You want to talk about Showgirls? Not even on topic tonight, but
interesting movie. Paul Verhoeven, good director.
I haven't seen the new one. I guess we're gonna. I'll willing to spoil it for myself. I haven't watched the last one yet. You're talking about tonight, the episode that dropped yesterday.
Oh yeah, the newest episode. Like we don't have to go spoilers on it. But hey, it sounds like people want to go KILAR first. So we got a couple for KILAR. So let's go KILAR, and then we'll do then actually we'll do Law and Order because they want to do Law and Order next. So look, see, I give the people. You got to give the people what they want, right? And so whenever if William comes in at some point, we'll just tell him, too bad, so sad, you're sad, I'm glad, but I guess we'll look at it again. Warner CEO reflects on HBO Max decision. Yes, still one of the biggest entertainment stories of the past 12 months was the decision by Warner Media to release all of the Warner Brothers Pictures 2021 feature film slate day and date on HBO Max. Warner Media CEO Jason KILAR was essentially the key person responsible for the decision, one that had a huge impact not just on the budding streaming service, but on the movie industry in general, with plenty of angry and upset people at first over what seemed a rush decision. Speaking on Tuesday at Vox Media's Code Conference via THR, The Hollywood Reporter, KILAR admits he rushed the communication of his decision over the slate and should have taken the time to speak with the profit participants impacted by the shift. He said, I will be the first one to say, and the responsibility rests on my shoulders, that in hindsight, we should have taken the better part of a month to have over 170 conversations, which is the number of participants that are in our 2001 film slate. We tried to do that in a compressed period of time, less than a week, because, of course, there was going to be leaks. There was going to be everybody opining over on whether we should do this or not do this. Despite all the fallout and Warner's committing to a 45-day exclusive theatrical release window for 2022, from KILAR's perspective, it was successful. We said from the start that we were going to treat every single film as a blockbuster from an economic perspective for participants, that we were going to be fair and generous, and we were going to do the right thing. The good news is we did, and we worked our tail ends off to do that. And we're now in a very good situation. KILAR, when asked about the reported $18 billion Netflix is shelling out in content spend this year, says Warner Media will spend north of $18 billion both this year and next year. Now that's interesting.
But not a dime on it on Snyder.
Well, hold on. Let's come back to that. Let's come back to that in just a second. He's also well aware that once AT&T spins off Warner Media and Discovery into its new joint venture, a deal expected to close in mid-2022 should regulatory approvals go as planned, his job as Warner Media CEO goes away. Until that transaction closes, though, he says he will continue to work to set up Warner Media for the next 100 years. That's
mighty ambitious.
That's wishful. That's wishful thinking.
Well, my guess is it's because Warner Brothers has already run for 100 years. Here's to 100 more. It's just kind of business speak.
Yeah. Okay. So here's.
I like the Variety headline though. Do you see that there? Enosh, I shared my screen here.
Oh, sorry. Hold on a second.
Check the headline.
Warner Media CEO Jason KILAR is disappointed he will probably lose his job.
We're not disappointed. It's about time.
So
Leanne Sarnoff and Emmerich and everybody else after.
Yeah, look, KILAR was one of the ones though who was really fighting.
He was one of the supporters, wasn't he?
He was one of the supporters for the Snyder Cut. He's the one.
Oh, was he? I didn't know.
Oh, that. Yeah. KILAR was the one who got the Snyder Cut made. Without KILAR, there would have been no Snyder Cut.
All right.
So for the longest time, everybody was really, heralding KILAR as the guy who was going to get the job done as far as restoring the Snyderverse in general, because KILAR was very pro Snyder. It has kind of appeared that now though, that because KILAR made the decisions he did,
sounds like
who
they're
knows?
throwing
Who
him under
knows?
the bus.
Yeah, who knows what happened behind the scenes? But because he made the decisions that he did regarding streaming, and look, I said I'm on record. I argued with everybody about this back in January, and it was very unpopular opinion back in January. But I said this is not a good idea. This is not a good idea to start sending everything to streaming. I get it that we like it because we want to be able to watch this stuff from home, and we don't want to have to go to the theater to watch it, and that's cool and all good and everything. But they're not in a position to make the money that they needed to make to be able to sustain their business. Now,
it really only made sense with certain projects, and he threw
exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But so now, he's taken the brunt of some of this, and as well he should. I mean, don't get me wrong. He definitely should take the brunt of, because it was his idea to do it. But that being said, I'm going to add this back here real quick. Here's something that's interesting, and I want to get you guys' opinion on this, and I would really like to hear what William has to say. William, if you're watching, bro, I really want your opinion about this because it deals with a lot of stuff that William has been talking about. Everybody made a big deal when David Zaslav said, hey, Netflix is spending $18 billion on content, right, this coming year. We're going to spend $20 billion. But now, and look, Matt Jarbo has said, yeah, but that's going to be on, trying to say it's going to be on, reality shows. They don't need $20 billion to spend on reality shows. Okay. That's a lot of Dr. Pimple Popper. And I watch Dr. Pimple Popper, but you don't need $20 billion to, make more Dr. Pimple Popper, or, who dates who, or, Appalachian, Animal Hospital, whatever, it's not going to cost that much. But I say this is interesting because this is the first time though that we've ever heard anybody mention this. And I want to go back to this because he says KILAR, when asked about the reported $18 billion Netflix is shelling out in content spend this year, says Warner Media. So what he controls alone will spend north of $18 billion both this year and next year. Warner Media alone, they're going to spend $18 billion this year, regardless of what even happens with Discovery.
Oh, wow.
So that's kind of a new twist to show that Warner Media is actually stepping up to the plate as far as their spend. And look, Zaslav said that, man, they were going to spend more, than they ever spent before on content. And I find this really interesting now that all of a sudden,
and plus you have the renewing of the Warner Max trademark. So it looks like they're going to be doing those projects again, right? So at least something along those lines. So I would imagine that's probably where a sizable chunk is going, is not theatrical quality, but feature length for streaming is probably where a sizable chunk of that money is going.
Yeah. What's up, 187? Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. Integrity says you're going to need $1 billion for Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3, which obviously will happen. I like the way Integrity 101 thinks, but it is interesting that they're going to spend that much money because I don't know if that's a hey, I'm on my way out, I'm just going to throw some stuff out there, especially when he's like, hey, we're going to set it up for the next 100 years. Because trust me, anybody coming in is going to pretty much clean house. And
it seems like he's speaking from a place of, this is what Warner Media is doing next year, because that was on the books from the last year before all of the acquisition stuff and the sort of changing of hands from AT&T to Discovery happened. So he's probably going, yeah, we're going to spend $18 billion in Warner Media, and then once Warner Brothers Discovery becomes the thing, it'll probably be $20 billion across the company.
Have you heard the rumblings now with this Discovery acquisition about just the past couple of days? I don't know what website to believe, Enosh, and maybe you guys can help sort through it, but there are rumblings again about the Ayer cut coming in 2022 to HBO Max.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if that has something to do with what KILAR is.
I don't know. They don't really need to spend much money on the Ayer cut, though, because the Ayer cut's done.
Well, it is, but probably it's assembled, but there's probably post-production and mixing. And there's going to be money to be spent to complete it properly, because even though he had a cut done, it wasn't.
Well, he had more than a cut, though. He had a finished project. Ayer
had a complete finished mix and music and everything.
He had a complete score.
He had a complete score because that's what he was pissed off about. That's what he was pissed off about.
I assumed it was more completed than Snyder's Justice League, but I assumed that there was still some finishing work to do.
No, he said
not a single piece of music in that film.
Wow.
There's no jukebox music. It's all score.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So like that was an example, but like there's large chunks of the film that are in different places, like pretty much like the novelization of Suicide Squad is effectively what Ayer wanted to do.
Oh, I'm
like
gonna
if you look at breakdown. If you look at the breakdown, because as far as like how it worked was, as opposed to the like opening where it's kind of all the villains all at once, how it worked was when you're introduced to a villain, hey, how'd you get caught? Then you get your flashback of like, Boomerang getting picked up by the Flash, or Joker and Harley getting thrown into Arkham by Batman. So like that would have been interesting. There's obviously a bunch of other stuff that was kind of taken out, and I'm grossly oversimplifying here.
And I understand in that cut also, Harley had nothing to do with Robin's murder. That was something that they changed, I think, for the studio cut.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure about that.
I think I read something on Twitter. I don't know if it was Ayer that said it, but there was an argument made for like as worried about younger kids' lives that Harley was in, what was it, Birds of Prey or Suicide Squad. It's like, why? How can she be sensitive about younger kids now? And she had no problem killing Robin. So I think
I get that, but she also flips like back and forth on a lot of stuff, though. I mean, she's Harley Quinn. She pretty much, like she also has a moment there in, when she's wanting to have a family and all that stuff, and then another part, the movie she's talking about, like, the short bad guy.
I think the only place it was really intimated in the cut of the Suicide Squad that we got was it was in the graphic where she said she was an accomplice to the murder of Robin, and apparently that's something that Trailer Park added when they were doing their edit of the film. That's what I read. Now, I don't know. I tend to think that that might be what the case was. Maybe Harley wasn't as complicit as the final film made it out to be. Which,
see, that's another weird thing because you were just talking about like characters, for example, like we're talking about Boba Fett, right? That he's kind of like this anti-hero, kind of redeeming. So I feel
Harley
sometimes
is like this redemptive. Harley is like this redemptive anti-hero all the time. That's why I wonder if
and see that's the thing is like I like it when they show those glimpses of the fact that remind us that Harley Quinn is a villain. I'm the first one. Look, I love Harley Quinn. My wife loves Harley Quinn. My dog is named Harley Quinn, for goodness sake, and I like all that stuff. But I think there's this weird thing though that like, especially in media recently, they've really tried to turn her into like this anti-hero.
Deadpool. They're trying to turn her into Deadpool.
Yeah,
it's either like leave her a killer character. See, I have a hard time with Harley Quinn being redeemed because if she was a murderous killer like the Joker, I don't care how much she changes now. The fact remains, it's like you can't just suddenly embrace, oh well, now we'd like her because now she's kind of changed when she's left this wreckage behind her with. I mean, I know it's all fiction, but still.
It's why I like her. It's why I like her in the Suicide Squad because it seems like the balance. It seems like it seems like you know what, this girl's still crazy, but she's I won't say a heart of gold. I'll say a heart of fool's gold. I'll say that when she's after her dalliance with the then president of Corte Maltese, where she then finds out what he's going to do. It's like. It's not like, oh, I'm going to turn you over to, Interpol or something. No, I'm going to shoot you in the throat, and then explaining about all this stuff. It's like, you know what, you got to do this. And it's like, but you see the whole movie and you can see she's like, this isn't just kind of, she hasn't left it all behind, which I don't think you should either. I think it's just kind of really the only real change that I had seen is kind of, obviously, hey, she wants to care about the younger folks, but really the major difference that I had seen in her character from a lot of interpretations since really the New 52 was, but even then you could argue something later, was really the only difference was that she broke up with the Joker. Was that the writers in the real world saw the toxicity of the relationship, saw that Harley would be better on her own, broke them up, and basically she won the breakup. Like that was. It
feels like it's easier to accept a transition with a character like Selena Kyle because she's not a murderous, crazy character.
No, yeah, she's a burglar who basically just kind of has a run-in with Batman every now and again, and then also helps Batman quite a bit in the comic books too. It's like, and it's also something we've had because this is brand new for Harley's territory, less than 10 years old. Versus Catwoman dancing that line has happened for 40 years. So we've had time to see writers give us the opportunity of her as a hero, or at least closer to a hero, and then on the villain side and working with the rest of the rogues gallery in certain capacities. You have the kind of the up and the down and the left and the right.
If I can throw something out there really quickly, Nova Joe in the chat references what I was saying before, which I was pretty clear that I saw. They say that is correct, Nightstar. Ayer said Geoff Johns changed that in the studio version of Suicide Squad.
Okay.
With Harley's responsibility for being part of Robin's murder. So I knew I saw it somewhere, and it was the Geoff Johns connection, which doesn't surprise me now.
So many thoughts about that. Let's
I don't want to even go down the rabbit hole because
something I meant to do with the last story actually, because I wanted to get people's opinions about this. But let's take a look at some of these comments though down here below this, because it's always interesting to gauge what like the broader sense of people are thinking. And like here you got like one guy here says you messed up big time, buddy, meaning KILAR.
I'm assuming KILAR,
yeah. And then it says he had decent foresight in assuming much of 2021 would be a theatrical loss, but, and this is a big but, that will cost him his job. The business world works in quarters, and Warner Brothers, along with Paramount, have effectively surrendered Q4 2021 to Disney and Sony. Oh, and also all of the WB movies I've seen this year have sucked, save for the Suicide Squad.
Well, what's
I would
what's come
include
out
that
this
one, too.
what's come out this year, right? Like Tom and Jerry, Mortal Kombat, The Suicide Squad,
Kong versus Godzilla.
I mean, were we expecting these to blow people away?
But I mean, the Matrix is coming up.
I hate to bring it up, but Snake Eyes was what? Universal?
Yeah, Paramount.
Okay.
And horrible.
Oh yeah.
So bad.
I will never forget. I'll never forget this, and I want to get this on record because it was something, if it's all right, we discussed it in the back room, but I think you had mentioned it in your review. Well, not specifically about me, but this related to our conversation. After I had given my sort of 2 cents, no pun intended, on Snake Eyes, I remember in the back room we had about a 20-minute conversation about the film, and I asked you, when it came to the cartoons and the mini comics, can you tell me the origins of Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow as they were presented there? You gave me the spiel, and then I remember saying to you, that is not the movie I saw. And I was just like, where was that movie?
I'm still wondering. Giovanni here says Wonder Woman 84 came out as well. Yes.
Was that? No.
Oh, wait, no.
No, that was Christmas last year.
That was Christmas last year.
Christmas 2020.
But it was still day and date, though.
It was day and date.
It was the first one.
Yeah,
but it didn't come out this year. But I mean, does that count? I don't know how their quarters work. Is it actual year, number of year, or does it overlap? Like,
I think it matches the calendar year.
But I mean, if your movie comes out Christmas Day, does
that's still Q4 because I see Q4 as.
Does it all just go to Q4 or does some of that go to Q1 then?
Well, because the launch is in Q4, right? So
because I mean, literally, if you got something that comes out Christmas Day and you're only getting 6 days of it, I don't know how that works. I honestly don't know how that works.
I don't know either. Like it could be different. Like because I think how it works is like Q4 2021 22. So like it'll be December, January, February, something like that. Is sometimes
see,
like
here's something that
I'm
not so sure of here when he says here that what this person says, great decision to help HBO Max subscriptions, and let's face it, all the movie this far this year have been duds, including Kong versus Godzilla, not a single gem so far, and it's nearly October. They knew those movies were crap to begin with. Their only hope is Matrix 4. No. I don't know that it helped out subscriptions. It probably did help subscriptions a bit because people realized they could go see it at home, and I get that. And Dune's coming out as well, so I think that's going to help them out for Dune because I think there's a lot of people who are interested in Dune, but they don't necessarily want to go to the theater to see Dune. There's and I think it's going to hurt
that camp.
Yeah, like you know what? I'll be honest with you, so am I. But I am going to go see Dune at the theater though.
I'm seeing it on IMAX.
I'm going to go see Dune in the theater because everybody tells me that because it's such a spectacle. And Lena Deli, good friend of the show, he was on the other night with our call-in show, and
he's here. Hi, Lena Deli.
Hey, what's up, Lena Deli? Is he here?
Yes.
Oh, there he is. There he is. See that? I just saw him. I didn't see him. I should say. I mean, I just was just speaking about him. So he was talking about how he saw the movie. He saw Dune, and he said, "We're not ready." That's what he said. He said, "You're not ready for how good this thing is, how amazing Dune is." He said, "You're just not ready." He said, "Just all around, it looks great. It is great. The acting's great. The scenes are great. Everything is great." And so I hope so. I am really hoping that's the case because I'm not a big Dune head. You know what I mean? And so
that's a challenging piece to bring to the screen. I mean, even the one that David Lynch did many years ago. Ambitious, but it still didn't really capture the scope of.
When you're trying to do a book like Dune, that originally when it was not serialized, when it was serialized, basically 3 different. If you look at
multiple
books, if you look at the book itself, it's still labeled in the book. Book 1, this, book 2, this, book 3. So I honestly think, to be perfectly honest, I think doing the film in 2, I think is a wise decision. I really do. It's not just a monetary decision. I think it's actually the correct decision for Dune. And the one person I want to hear an opinion on, especially after the movie comes out, is I want to hear Johnny's opinion because Johnny Pop, because he's he's a massive Dune fan. I know he is, and I want to, I'd love to see you guys kind of, even if you just kind of do a pre-record of here's the perspective of a guy who knows nothing about Dune, and here's a perspective of a guy who's very familiar with that.
That'd be a
universe.
good show. That would be a good video.
And because it's a pre-record, I think, especially with you guys' schedule, it could work out something where you can drop it and you don't have to kind of dance around each other.
I disagree, Enosh.
You disagree with?
I am all for the whole. When we were talking about the last comment, sorry, I was just kind of waiting for a moment.
Oh, okay.
No, you're fine, dude. I've said it many times. I hate the theaters. Honestly, I think it's a dying industry, and I think COVID kind of helped to put a nail in some of it. I mean, we're going back and seeing some stuff, but honestly, is it everybody? Are we going to get back to that $1 billion threshold? I mean, I don't think so. Not within the next couple of years.
I think we will.
I think we will. It's just going to take a few more years. I don't want to see the new James Bond on the small screen. It's taking so long.
Honestly,
too many spectacle movies that it's got to be that big screen shared audience experience that really adds to the whole experience of it.
And I think for me, the other thing when it comes to theaters is, but I do agree that this is something that's been discussed on, I'm not sure here, but definitely on other streams I've been on, that studios, yes, you can make $1 billion, but it shouldn't be your threshold. I mean, it's what killed the Snyderverse.
No.
It's what killed the Snyderverse. If we'll bring it back right to there for a second. But if you're having, you're lucky. I think because you had a built-in audience, that's what, especially for some of the bigger franchise films, to hit the $1 billion, $2 billion market internationally. You've had either, like, some of those bigger films were either Avatar, which was re-released a billion times.
Mm-hmm.
You had two of the sequel trilogies, like sequel trilogy films. Star Wars has been around for almost 50 years. And then you have the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which has had this built-in, especially with recency, the last 10 years of film. So you had time to build up a massive audience to get you to that threshold. And I think trying to do that, especially when you don't have a slate of that size, I think is incorrect. Even with blockbusters.
Brian, go ahead and finish your
But
thoughts.
weren't you saying though, like, as far as like the smaller films, like your rom-coms, your horror flicks, stuff like that aren't going to pull that much heat at the box office? I mean, I just don't.
But see, the thing is, Brian, I would say for those movies, though, they don't have to make those movies very expensive. The thing is, those movies don't have to make $1 billion. Those movies can make if some of those movies make $100 million, they're over the moon about it, because maybe the movie spent cost them $5 million to make, $10 million to make, and they're happy. This is what I say. I say. Because look, I just went into the theater last night and watched a 1986 animated movie that, watching it back through adult eyes in Transformers the movie, it's something that I love, that I'm nostalgic for, but it was a horrible movie as a movie. That, like, as far as the structure and everything, like, it literally had no sequencing from scene to scene. It was just like, hey, here's a scene, done. Here's a scene, done. Here's a scene, done. We need the character to be over here, so this happened and the character got over there. It's called Transformers the movie, and it's amazing and fantastic, and I loved it. Is it theatrical gold as far as like structure and script and everything? I mean, it is Orson Welles' last movie, and Leonard Nimoy was in it, and a lot of other great voices are in that thing. Judd Nelson, man, as Rodimus Prime and Hot Rod. But here's the thing. People went to go see that thing last night, man. So here's what I'm seeing is the bigger movies, these big movies as they're coming out. And, it may take getting into spring of next year, summer of next year. But those big movies are going to be that thing that starts as things start to get to the point where people are feeling a little bit more normal. Now, I'm living in the Midwest. I live in Michigan. Okay. Things right now are, there are no restrictions here in Michigan. Okay. There are no mask mandates here in Michigan. Right. There's nobody checking my card. If they wanted to check my card, I got my card, but there ain't nobody checking my card for anything. It's pretty much gotten back. People are at the beaches. People are at the theater. people are at football games again. I mean, U of M is packing out the big house, okay, and so people are going to sporting events. People are going back to life, and the thing is you know, the COVID is becoming something as people are getting vaccinated. What I'm seeing, I'm not saying it's right, wrong, and different. I'm just reporting to you what I'm seeing. Okay, what I'm seeing is people who are vaccinated are feeling like, okay, if I get it, it's something that I'm going to get sick. I'm going to get the antibodies on top of having the vaccination, and I'm going to be fine. Whatever I go through, this is the mentality, is that whatever I go through, it's not going to be, you know, that way we don't, it's not like we've got a, right here where I'm at, we don't have, you know, the fatalities that were at the height of things. So people are feeling this. Now, whether that's a false sense of security or whether that's a real sense of security, if that's something that's going to start in the Midwest and then move its way out, I can't tell you. All I can tell you is like here where I'm at, people are going back to life. Kids are playing sports.
So...
My kids are back in school, man. Like my kids didn't go to school at all last year, you know, like in a school. And this year, I mean, they're back in school. School sports are taking place again.
And we're in this weird, I'm 2 hours from you north of the border, not even. And it's so different here. I live in the province of Ontario. We have a mask mandate. We have a vaccine mandate, or not a vaccine mandate, but what we have is we have our vaccine passport system now. So basically, if you want to enter into all what are listed as almost all what are listed as non-essential businesses up here. So basically anything that's not a grocery store, like, you know, this, like a couple of things.
Really?
You have to, so if you enter, if I wanted to go anything longer than 15 minutes at a non-essential business, like my comic book store, I would have to present proof of both doses of my vaccination and present photo ID.
Wow.
If I go to a restaurant, I have to do the same. If I go to a bookstore, if I go to the theater, because I went to the theater to see Shang-Chi about a month ago, or like the beginning of the month, right? So we're sitting about 2-3 weeks ago.
Sure.
This was before the passport went in, because the passport went in on the 22nd. So I had both my doses, but all you really needed to get in was pretty much wear your mask indoors and then show your ticket and do your thing. If I go to the theaters now, far as I know, I have to do what I just described to you. Show my receipts for both of my vaccination doses and my photo ID. So I'm very interested to see what happens when it comes to box office, because just as far as that area.
That's interesting, because we have because I mean that's a totally different world.
We have a mask mandate in Nevada. I mean, I have to wear it all the time.
Oh, I do too.
I will tell you, it did kind of keep me from wanting to go to the theaters, because I don't want to have a mask on for 2 hours.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, when you guys are talking about the studio's projections for what they expect to make in theaters, I've been looking off screen here, listening to everything you guys are saying, trying to find the story I read. I thought it was on Facebook, on Twitter. Of course, I didn't share it to save it, but you'll just have to take my word for it when I tell you this. What I read was that all of the Snyder movies all of the Snyder Universe stuff that he set up grossed more than what Warner's grossed when they deviated away from the Snyderverse. Even though his stuff was controversial, there was still an audience for it. So like when Warner's is like I remember Warner's made this insane, Batman versus Superman made a lot of money just because it didn't make the money that Warner Brothers wanted it to make. It wasn't a success.
It was like 800 million or something.
Yeah, it was a complete success. So for these studios to be like, oh, we're not going to do any more of that because it didn't meet our numbers, it's like, what kind of effing idiots are you people? I mean, you're expecting more, even though you're making money hand over the fist, and then you're screwing the creatives. But bringing this back to what we're talking about with theaters reopening and stuff, theaters are not going to go away. I think it's going to take some time, as you guys were just talking about with the mandates and the vaccinations and stuff. But there is a magical shared experience that even if it's not going to get back to exactly the way it used to be when we'd stand in line for movies, I think people are really yearning to get back, and it might just take another, I don't know, half year or a year till we might get back to that normal again. It's definitely going to be a bumpy ride, but I don't think theaters are going anywhere. It's just going to take a little while to get back there. So for what it's worth, is what.
And I think you know what's funny is I'm thinking everybody's opinion about this is based upon what their experience is like right now, right? Of like coming out of this, right? Like of coming to the other side of the whole pandemic. You know, because look, like if you ask Australia, man, Australia, like I was talking with Zentech and I've talked with others, you know, they're like full lockdown, man. They can't leave their home. They can't go anywhere.
Look at New Zealand.
Right? So
look at New Zealand. They are on what they call level 4 lockdown over in New Zealand. Eateries, period, are closed.
But they've beaten. But look at what success they've had, though.
No, make no mistake. I'm not saying. I'm not saying here nor there. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I understand where you're. I understand where you're coming from.
If we had all done it that way, we'd be back in theaters sooner. But unfortunately, here in the U.S., you know, they do things differently, and that's
well. See, I don't know that though, because like if we did that, would we still be in lockdown? Because they're still in lockdown. They're. I mean, I don't know what the
being still on lockdown. I know, but okay,
you know what I mean. Like so,
well, they were out of it for a while.
It is
they were out of it for a while. They got a couple of cases during the 4th wave.
It is a smaller country than us, and maybe they can manage to stay closed longer than we can. But this
I wish Rasha was here and she could maybe tell us a little bit more about New Zealand, because she's in New Zealand. If she's in New Zealand, if Rasha was here.
Yeah, but with the rush to reopening, I mean, we didn't take long enough, is I think what our problem was over here. But that's a whole other. I don't want to get it. I mean, it'll just
be interesting.
Political. I think it's about science and public health is what it really should come down to.
Yeah, I just think unfortunately it's gotten hijacked by politics.
Oh, I know. That's the problem.
Oh,
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't. I mean, I have friends I argue with about this, and it's just like, and it's all because it's a tribal political mentality, and I'm like, this should not be about politics. It's supposed to be about public health, and if people focus on it as public health and focused on what the government should have been doing as far as helping people stay home, giving money to businesses so that they didn't have to shut down forever once things passed, we'd be in a better place. But we're just not. Unfortunately, that's just our society over here. So
we were having, as crazy as it sounds, like we had relatively similar problems, and a lot of people think that politically speaking, Canada might be a bit more, and I say progressive not on a moral level, but just like with respect to leaning left on the political spectrum. We still have we've had those discussions vibrantly. It's just, you know, I think not that we were more accepting of it, but the government relative to, you know, the government due to individual provincial charters and our national charter relative to something like the United States Constitution is so different, right? Because doing like a national mask and vaccine mandate, you really can't do that because of the 10th Amendment. Like you can't, you know, that's why it goes to the states, right? Versus here, where we, with respect to portions of our healthcare system, devolved a portion of our powers back to the federal government quite some time ago to help institute the sort of the single payer system that we have. So that's why I think it's easier. I'm not saying better or worse. I'm saying it's easier to institute the kind of the things nationwide. There's still individual choices by the provinces, you know, due to just we still have a portion of that control. It's different.
Well, Brian, I want to go to a movie with you, man.
Can I ask you really quickly, not to spin off into a whole other?
I want to go to a movie with Brian. I want to go to a movie with you, bro.
I want to go to a Giants game with Brian. That's what I want to do.
The Giants game would be funner, trust me.
Are you satisfied with your single payer health system up there?
I am of two minds. And the reason I say that is I've had family who have had, I am of two minds because I've had a family who have passed recently from terminal illnesses. And we looked at a bill that was received, because we did receive a bill, but it was smaller. It was like $30 for television. The rest of it was covered by the program and a portion by the private health benefits that they had. The other thing was, the reason why that we kind of need to take things into consideration is the fact that they, even from some of our more kind of progressive, sort of leftist-leaning economists, rather, by, I think it's either 2035 or 2050, 50% of our provincial tax, which would be equivalent to the state tax in the states, will be going to pay for our single-payer healthcare system for at least our province. So I think that's something that you need to find a way to get the healthcare cost down. I have been beneficial. I have had no issues with respect to, like, I've had long wait times, but I've also never had an issue where it has been a life or death situation. Like and so I've never had those kind of situations that kind of you get those kind of gotcha question situations from conservative political pundits in the States. So I'm not saying it's the best. I'm not saying it's even necessarily better than the American system. I'm just saying, with respect, anecdotally to what I have had a very positive experience, and I can only speak for myself in that situation. I can't speak for anybody else.
Do you know if anybody in Canada has dealt with medical bankruptcies?
That is some. It depends. I can't say the medical bankruptcies, but I can say there have been people who have suffered certain economic things, because there have been, for example, with certain aspects of, for example, experimental medicine for treating terminal illnesses. It's still covered under private care in that respect, but there are also large portions of because our single payer healthcare system also on another level, it doesn't cover dental. It's not completely universal. And so, but medical bankruptcy, to that question, again, anecdotally, I can't say that it has happened.
Just curious. I have a show that covers news and politics called Chicago Corner on YouTube, and we'll talk about healthcare a lot. And it is not my intention to hijack this conversation about that.
No, I understand where you're coming from. We're rolling back anyway.
Yeah, and I'd love to maybe talk with you off air about maybe having you come on that show, because it would be good to hear from somebody who lives north what it really is like, as opposed to what we hear anecdotally down here. But done with that. Thank you.
Daniel Scott, before we get to the man of the hour, Daniel Scott with a $10 super chat says, I think the theater experience is going to change. We're going to see more of an Alamo Draft House model. Movies are going to become more of a nice thing that people who want to go to
see plays,
like people who want to go see plays.
It's going to be like Broadway. It's going to be like Broadway.
But here's the thing, though.
Not higher brow, but it's going to be an experience.
That's not going to happen. Wait! Everybody can't talk at once. I was talking. Hold on a second. I heard 5 different people talking, and there's only 5 of us. Hold on a second. What I was saying is, though, Daniel, first of all, thank you for the super chat. Sorry if I sounded like I was being mad. I was not mad at anybody. I was just I was hearing everybody in my ear all the time, and I couldn't hear.
When you got headphones on and you're hearing everything,
I couldn't hear myself think. It was like my head was shaking. So thank you, Daniel, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it. I don't know that I agree with this. I know that there's a lot of people who've said this, that they think it's going to go to this kind of model. I don't think that the movies are ever going to be seen as that. As this, hey, we're gonna again, it used to be that, hey, you go out, whatever for a night. The movies are so casual, right? I mean, we're not gonna go see a superhero movie and think of that as going to some, something like that. And look, there may be a couple of movies that came out, but look at Shang-Chi. Look at Shang-Chi. Look at Spider-Man. You can't tell me that people wouldn't rather see Spider-Man. The majority of people. Sure, there's always going to be somebody who's I'll see it at home.
It's event movies, Enosh. I think the thing is, it's the event movies are what are always going to bring people to theaters, I think, is what it simply comes down to.
Yeah.
And I think the other reason why there's also a premium on the not theatrical, and I'll separate the words as they do in the UK. Not talking cinemas, talking theater, plays. Why there's a premium there is because, unlike the cinema, unlike being able to access it on streaming and home media in many different ways once you're done, unless you see a pro shot of a play, you're not seeing the play once it leaves the theater, once it leaves its run local to you, unless you drive to another portion of the country or fly to another portion of the world. And even then, it might just be a limited run. So I think that's why there's a bit more of a premium on plays, and there might be to films where you can access them much easier in many different places.
Well, but here's the thing. Regardless of all of it, we're gonna keep a smile on our face. We're gonna right now, if people want to watch a movie at home, they can watch it at home. And if people want to go to the theater, they can go to the theater, right? And I love this guy right here, and I hope that the tide turns.
I didn't even know he's blown up.
I hope that the tide turns so that one day me and this guy can walk maybe not hand in hand.
Okay, how many times have you gone to the theater by yourself? Spent just as much money as one of these premiere access films, got popcorn stuck in your teeth, overpriced soda, Pizza that took 10 minutes way too late.
That's
a theater
true.
That, a theater that was supposed to be somewhat empty, and I still managed to sit in between two freaking people. I'm sorry, dude. I could care less for the theater experience. And the problem is you've got a lot of people now that are like, hey, I'll just watch it at home. So I don't know, man. For me, I like the convenience of it. I think the younger generation likes the convenience of it. I think, you know, theaters are going to go just back to like they are, theaters, to where it's going to be unless they can figure out a way to make like a motion simulator ride out of it or something. The way I see it, video games are overtaking movies. So it's like the convenience, the stay-at-home mobility, the fact that a lot of people now are more content staying at home than going out. That might be around for 5-10 more years, but after that, I don't see it.
You know, every dead body on the top of Mount Everest was once a highly motivated person. So maybe let's just calm down, okay?
That's a new one. I think it's going to be up to the studios. All the studios have to do is not put certain movies on streaming, and they can control that market, because there's going to be certain movies that are event movies that are just never going to go to streaming until they want them to go. But at the same time, while they're leveraging the streaming platforms, you're going to see enough content go on streaming to where it's not going to hurt. It'll only hurt the cinemas if they decide to abandon the cinemas. But you can still make a lot of money in the cinemas per your investment. So I don't think that's ever going to go away. And I think that people will still want community. They'll still want that arena-style atmosphere for these event-type movies. They'll just have to portion them out. But it's going to be up to the studios. If Warner Brothers wants to put something on HBO Max and make it exclusive there, they'll do that. But for the movies that they think are going to be the arena-type movies, they'll put those and they'll give them 90-day windows. And that's how they'll control that market. They'll be fine there. But the biggest thing the advantage of streaming gives you is a movie like Dune, where an American audience might not give it a chance if they had to pay for it. They get a chance to watch it on HBO Max for the price of their subscription. And, you know, I would rather them see it on the small screen and not see it at all.
Either way, William's in the house.
He is in the house.
William, the thing is you can't excuse a year and a half of languishing interest on a movie. Okay? Not only is the actual interest of that movie going to shit, excuse my French, but the money interest is going through the roof.
On those movies, I agree. On those movies, but going forward, that's what I'm saying.
Have you noticed going forward the announcements for theatrical, especially with Warner Brothers, haven't been very much?
Okay, that doesn't count though. You're talking about a mismanaged company. Everybody else.
Okay. I mean,
hold on, Brian. Wait though, because we're also talking about. I mean, that's what we just talked about.
We're talking about Jason KILAR. So
we just literally talked about Jason KILAR and this whole idea. So the thing is that was a year's worth of mistake that they made a deal for the whole year that they weren't going to worry about the theatrical, that they were going to put out movies the same day in theater and there. So they weren't focused necessarily just on that. They weren't focused on that, but they said 2022, that's a different story. We're going to put it out there. You're going to get a 45-day run before it even goes to that. So you can't really talk about that because you look at a movie like, for example, like what's her name, Black Widow, right? That was same day, you know, but you had to pay the $30 more. Well, it hurt that movie, right? But look at Shang-Chi. They just put it in the theater. Everybody goes, hey, I'm going to see that. Right? Spider-Man's just going to be in the theater. Everybody's going to go see that. Venom's going to be in the theater. I guarantee you this week, everybody's going to see Venom. There's just, I think William is right, where it's like, it's all about what these studios choose to do. If these studios are going to put out stuff and go, hey, we're going to put it out at the same time, or we're going to focus on the streaming thing, well, then people are going to gravitate towards that because it's easier. But when you don't give people the choice, and you tell people, you have to go to the theater if you want to see it first, people are going to go to the theater. You know, they're going to find a way. And I think too, some of it is, you know, like, look, some of us there's some of us who are like, we're happy we got a 65-inch TV. We're happy with seeing it at home. But for me, there just ain't nothing like going to the theater. That's why, like, literally, I never saw Transformers the movie, the cartoon, in the theater when I was young. It came out when I was 9, almost 10 years old. And my grandma did not take me to see that movie. Okay. I was too young to go to the movies myself. By the time I was 12 or 13, my grandma dropped me and my friends off the movie. We'd go see 2 movies, and then she'd come pick us up later. But when I was 9 or 10, I couldn't go to the movies by myself. So my grandma was not going to go watch Transformers the movie with me. You know what movie my grandma did take me to, Brian? Star Trek 4. She took me to see Star Trek 4. Right. And that was like the last movie that she took me to, that like she actually went there. But so she wouldn't go see Transformers 4 or Transformers the movie with me. So yesterday when I went to go see Transformers, it was because I always wanted to see that. I own that movie. I can go watch that movie right now on my 65-inch screen TV and be absolutely fine. And like, I know that movie backwards and forwards. I got the comic books that go along with that movie. It's not like I have to see that movie. But there's something about seeing that movie as a
spectacle. It's a spectacle.
It is. It's just something special.
Day I saw that movie. Opening day I saw that movie. Never forget that.
Now, William, I did want to ask you before we move on. You came in at perfect time because I was just about to move on, and I didn't want to come back to it. But this way, what did you think of KILAR's comments today?
Which ones? Because he made several ones that were kind of the fact that he wishes he could be around until 2020, or which.
I didn't see anything about him wishing he was around until 2020.
Oh yeah, he had. I'm talking about the article that he put out, which.
Yeah, I didn't read the actual Hollywood Reporter thing. I just read the parts about this here. I'll pull it up again here real quick, and we'll just kind of before we go on to some fun stuff here. It's about HBO's decision stuff. He said, "I'll be the first one to say the responsibility rests on my shoulders. That in hindsight, we would have taken the better part of a month to have should have taken the better part of a month to have 170 conversations, which is a number of participants." And then also that he said, we said from the start we're going to treat every film like a blockbuster from the economic perspective for participants, all this stuff. That we worked our tails off, and then he also mentioned that that between this year and next year, before the Discovery thing even drops, that they are committed to spending north of $18 billion both this year and next year. That's the first I've heard any of that.
Do you know there's a comment in the chat really quick, little Big Dub reactions. Can I, as a 36-year-old physically handicapped man, I hope the on-demand experience continues forever. I can't argue with that. I mean, if they make it available for people that can't get out to the theaters, I don't think we're talking about eliminating it altogether. It's just just a delay
like
with
choice,
big spectacle
to be honest.
movies, big spectacle movies before they move into home theater. Or
I can agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it's a good point.
As far as what they having 170 conversations, he's lying. It doesn't matter how many conversations they were going to do, what they were going to do, because at the time that was their focus. That's cool for him to say that, but that decision was made up at the AT&T level. That was never the conversations. They knew those conversations weren't going to matter, so they weren't going to have them. So for him to say that in hindsight, I don't believe it. As far as them putting the 15 to 18 billion in content, I do believe that. I just don't believe that it's going to be on some of the stuff that they've announced. I think that's going to be a business model going forward. I think even Discovery is going to dump a lot of money into their streaming platform. I think a lot of people think that because of Zaslav has been able to do it on the cheap with Discovery, that's what he's going to do coming into Warner Discovery. It's a whole new different menu, a whole new different ball game. They're going to outspend a lot of people to get their streaming platform when they want to. And what was the other thing he brought up? There was 3 things that
the last one was he was going to spend so much, and then that that they did everything that they could do to treat every film like a blockbuster from an economic perspective for participants, that we were going to be fair and generous, and we were going to do the right thing. The good news is we did, and we worked our tail off to do that, and we're now in a very good position.
I believe that to a fault. I think they did do that to a fault. I think certain movies got treatment that probably they wouldn't have gotten because of the level of movie they are, and they got put on platforms and got exposure. Like I said, the Suicide Squad is always going to be an example to me of a movie that I had fun with. That was a good movie, but in a perfect world where everything is being managed properly, it's not even made. So yeah, I do believe him that part, and I believe they did it to a fault, actually. So all in all, with the exception of the 170 conversations, yeah, they were never going to have those conversations because they had made their decision, and all they would have done is been in 170 arguments that would have gone on forever. So no, they were never going to have those conversations. The money that they're spending, that's probably going to be not just Warner Brothers going up to the merger, but it's probably going to go beyond. Because once the merger happens, we're global now with HBO Max or whatever they call it. We're now global. Every place that HBO Max is not currently, there's places that Discovery is that HBO Max is not. So they're going to need some content, and they're going to need they're going to need some stuff, and not just pimple popper. They're going to need content on different, because they've only had to please a certain amount of market. Now they got to please guys like us, geeks. They got to please. I mean, there's so many people mouths to feed that. Yeah, that amount sounds right.
Well, there you go. You heard it from the man himself. We waited to hear what he had to say, and
I wish he was staying. No, I wish he was hanging around, but
the Dark Knight here says, "What's up, Dark Knight?" Says, "I just want to know why Jason KILAR is falling on the sword for Toby Emmerich. It was Emmerich that came up with the day and date. Emmerich has to be on the chopping block
because Emmerich doesn't have a future. KILAR does. That's that simple. In this new generation, where a lot of it's going to be on streaming, Emmerich is the dinosaur. He's the Fred Flintstone who stops his vehicle with his feet. KILAR has, because of his vision and because of the way his history, he has a future somewhere. Even if it's not with Warner Media, he's got a future in places that he's been and places that might want him. Toby Emmerich is and guys like him, they're doing things old Hollywood way, and they don't realize the world around them is changing. So Jason KILAR is going to get a job the minute he's gone from Warner Media, if he already doesn't have it lined up.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. I mean, that's interesting. That's interesting. All right, so we do have a couple more things, and then I want to get to some fun. This is kind of fun, and this was an interesting story that we were talking about. So, dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Narrow.
You can get some public domain music.
I don't know. I'm changing it enough. The original Law and Order. The revival has been ordered, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice.
The show that literally you watch the first 5 seconds of, and you must sit there and watch it for an hour.
No, that's true.
That iconic opening theme. Dun, dun.
Oh,
I don't know. It's going to be the same without Jerry Orbach, though.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't.
What's a lot of audiences are not going to. I mean, the old school guys like me, but I think they'll be fine. Law and Order has a very, very strong brand name.
They did that show without him for years, so I mean,
yeah. I never thought Ice-T be such a staple on a cop show.
Right.
If you told me back in 1992 when Cop Killer was blazing the airwaves that Ice-T would be playing a detective on a cop show, I would. But he's great on it. So.
The original Law and Order Mothership series is returning to NBC over a decade after it wrapped its 20-season and 456 episode run. The network has handed out a straight-to-series order for a revival of the famed procedural.
Procedural.
Is that procedural? What is
yes,
that?
It is.
It's procedural. Sorry.
Police
Sorry.
procedural.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
I'm surprised Sam Waterston is still alive. That's good news.
Right? Yeah.
He was still around.
Something wrong with him?
He was in.
No, but he's old. For some reason, I thought he had passed away, and I'm glad that he hasn't. But
he's in Grace and Frankie. If you guys are nursing that show.
Rick Ide will serve as showrunner on what is being billed as the show's 21st season. An episode count has not yet been determined, but some former cast members are expected to return for the new run. Which ones, though, remains unclear. During its run, Law and Order was nominated for more than 50 Emmys and took home the Best Drama Series trophy in 1997. Once?
Yeah, it should. There were years that got left off.
They were rock. It was abruptly canceled 1 season away from beating Gunsmoke as TV's longest-running primetime drama series. Ultimately, though, the still ongoing spin-off series Law and Order SVU broke that record and has aired 23 seasons to date.
Wow.
SVU has been on for...
Yes, and Ice-T has been on there for 20 of them.
Mariska Hargitay.
Ice-T and Coco, by the way, are coming to my Comic-Con this month.
Wait, which is the one Vincent D'Onofrio's on? That's the one I really liked. Is that
Criminal Intent?
Criminal Intent. That was the one that lasted for quite a while, but
yeah, he was good on that.
Oh, he was great.
In that. He's been great and everything. Is there anything he's always hasn't been great?
No, he's really jonesing to come back as the Kingpin too, in the Marvel universe, and I hope somehow they're able to bring him back.
I hope so too.
Yeah, so I just thought that was interesting because, man, that show is just one of those shows that, like I said, you'd watch the first couple seconds of it, and it would just kind of set up the story, and then you'd be like, well, dang it. And then if you had to leave, I would always see it. I used to do it when I would have to come home for a minute and like let my dogs out, and then I'd have to get right back to work because I used to work right around the corner. And so I'd have to come out. This before actually we got Harley. We had Wookiee, and so I'd have to come home, let Wookiee out real quick, and then put it back. And we'd leave the TV on for the dog, and Law and Order would always freaking be on. And I'd be like, I'd like see the first couple of minutes of it, and I'd just be like, "Dang it!" And I'd end up recording it and then coming home and watching it.
I can't remember the guy's name on the right. Like I know his character's name is Cutter in the show. He played Thomas Wayne in Christopher Nolan's Batman movies.
On the right?
Yeah.
The far right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Who is he?
I'm looking him up. Let's see what his name is.
Linus Roach.
It's also
Linus
like
Roach.
It's also
That's
like
his
the
name.
Maury Povich show when like you hear the setup and then you're like, well, dang it, now I want to know who the father is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I must know.
Of course, Jeffrey Dean Morgan pops up first because he is the best archetype for Linus Roach.
Yes.
Linus Roach is the man's name.
Okay, I do remember that. That show.
Who was it in Joker? It was oh god,
he was also in Dark Knight Rises as the senator that Selena kidnapped.
Yes.
Forgot his. Let's look him up. Let's see here. I have my browser up. They're referencing Senator Leahy, who was actually a real senator who had a cameo in all of Christopher Nolan's.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll find it. I'll
look it up. I got it.
I'm not on IMDb.
I will be in
there
about
you
2
go.
seconds.
There you go. It's coming back. It's coming back. Law and Order,
I'll watch
man.
it.
It's gonna have a lot more TV to watch. I'll tell you what. There's so many shows. People ask me every week, "Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Have you guys seen this? What is it called? Squid."
I heard about it on Netflix.
I've heard of it.
Yeah. So my boys tonight were showing me people have been mentioning it to me this week here online, and then somebody, my kids showed me the trailer tonight, and the trailer actually looks really good. So I don't know, man. There's just so many shows, man.
You don't have to take vacations just to watch some of this stuff. Like literally take 3 or 4 day weekends just to catch up.
I know, man. It's
Doesn't
crazy.
Titans come on tonight? Titans comes on this.
It comes on in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, dude, the last episode of Titans, I loved it.
Crazy.
I don't know what I'm going to watch though first because I've got Lower Decks to watch as well. So.
Okay, you can go ahead and skip Lower
I'm
Decks.
all caught up on Lower Decks. I'm loving some Lower Decks, man.
Wow.
I like Lower Decks. I
I
really
love
like
that
Lower
show.
Decks.
Hey, you know what? Like I said, I have my opinion about Lower Decks, but once again, I'm glad it's out there. It's another doorway into Trek for somebody who wants to get into it. I
You know
can't
what though?
watch
But see,
it
I
without
don't
my
even look. I
person.
don't even look at it that man. Look, I look at Lower Decks as this. Look. I just feel like people take this the Star Trek thing too seriously. I just feel like it's a fun thing. It's just a
Yeah.
cartoon about Star Trek, man. Like it's
Yeah,
not.
it wasn't made for me, and like I said,
Yeah,
that's why
it's
I
not trying to be. It's not trying to be too serious, you know. But Daniel Scott here with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Daniel. Says Law and Order had a shared universe decades before Kevin Feige.
Well, Mork and Mindy and Laverne and Shirley and Happy Days had one.
Well, that's true. That's true. So you know what? You know what that means. You know what that means. We're gonna have to tell. Hold on a second.
RJ?
No, not RJ. We're gonna have to tell. Where is
Okay, Thomas Wayne from Joker, Brett Cullen. We'll close that question. I just found it.
I put it in the private chat.
There you go. Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna have to tell Todd Fayer
Yeah, I
that
see now.
the Marvel movies are not the gold standard. That the gold standard is Laverne and Shirley, Mork and Mindy, and
Well,
Happy Days.
Marvel movies are the gold standard for Marvel.
Hey, I
And
got
Law and Order.
I got a bit of trivia regarding Mork and Mindy. Some of you might not know.
Uh-oh.
Because Mork and Mindy was shot at Paramount.
Mm-hmm.
Mork's red jumpsuit was a leftover from
I know
Star
that.
Trek. Okay.
Yes, it was.
Cool little bit of trivia.
It's like
I knew
Doctor
that.
Who, like the leftover Doctor Who. There's a what's not in Mork and Mindy, but there's a villain or a character that's in a spacesuit in Doctor Who in one of the early seasons from the 60s.
Oh,
even the 70s.
Didn't that end up being Bosk's?
Yeah, one of the
Empire
Boss.
Strikes Back. Yeah.
Yeah.
We know our fan. We know our.
I love
fan
that.
trivia.
I love that so much.
And
And
you
in
know,
London, they're like,
in A
man,
New
we're running
Hope-
out of money.
In A New Hope, one of the canisters behind the bar ends up becoming IG-88's head.
Yep.
I know.
Yeah, that was
So
like a
good.
rocket engine encasement or something.
All right, and before we play Jeopardy, I got another fun one.
Oh, you guys are doing Jeopardy night?
Oh, yeah, we're doing
I got-
Jeopardy,
I got-
buddy.
I got to leave in 9 minutes.
Oh, come
And
on, man.
I'll do
And
a
I got
watch
fun.
party.
What?
And I got
I'll
fun.
do a
I got
watch
fun.
party.
Hold on, wait, one at a time. I'm hold
Oh,
on.
William, go.
Oh,
I
William,
can't
go.
hear you both. William,
Yeah.
William, what are you saying, buddy?
I got to do a watch party.
Ah,
And by the way,
at
totally
3
off
in the
topic.
morning?
Huh?
At midnight?
Yeah, and by the way, on that note, I need ideas for how to promote Dune. We're giving away a bunch of tickets for Dune, and I don't know how to promote this movie.
How close are you to the Nevada desert?
I'm in the Nevada desert.
Well, there you go. Just stand in the middle of the desert and just start throwing things up.
Well, no,
Play
but we
some music
usually
in the
do things
background.
to get people excited about the movie. But the only thing I can think of doing is showing that awful '80s movie, and it hasn't aged well. So I got to come up with things.
There was a miniseries on Sci-Fi. I know that.
Yeah, I got to figure something out because we got a ton of tickets to give away for that, and
then
Halloween Killer.
And then fun music. Well, it's not music news. It's about a musician. Good news for those that know Mark Hoppus.
I thought you were going to say Brittany.
No. Mark, oh no. But also good news. Mark Hoppus visited his oncologist today. He is cancer-free.
Yeah. Anybody that's cancer-free, I'm rooting for him, damn it. That's
I
all.
love me some Blink-182, so it's good to hear about Mark Hoppus. And also, Jeff Becerra walked today for the first time in 30 years.
Wow.
Who is that? I'm not familiar with who that is.
Jeff Becerra was the frontman and is the frontman for a death metal band called Possessed. In I think it was 92, he got mugged and he was shot in the back and paralyzed from the waist down. Today, with the assistance of robotic legs, he walked for the first time in 30 years. He had crutches and he had like a walker, but it was just, I'm not lying. I saw the video today because I'm a big fan of Possessed, and I'm like, I almost started crying because none of us ever thought it was possible.
What's his name again?
Jeff Becerra, Becera.
The reason I ask you is I have a very good friend, and she was knifed in the back when she was a student, and she's in a wheelchair, and she's lost.
Yeah. The company's name, by the way, just as a heads up, the company's name that created the robotic legs is Rewalk, REWALK Robotics.
Cool. Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
That's cool news. That's cool news. When are you guys doing Jeopardy again? Are you going to do it tomorrow?
I don't know, man. We haven't played Jeopardy in so
Yeah, we
long,
haven't
man.
played
That
it.
I was
Wow.
just like, I just figured I'd pull it out tonight. So
Damn, I didn't know you were doing it, or else I would have. Damn.
I've never participated, so this is going to be fun.
Oh wow, you got weapons. I got to have my wrestling belts on when I.
and it ain't hard because we allow you guys to pick the category, whatever we're gonna do. So
Can I play Jeopardy in my Sean Connery voice, Trebek?
Oh no.
That's what that's what I was thinking. That's what I am to Dawson on the Sunday podcast. I am the Sean Connery to his Alex Trebek on the Sunday podcast. I gave him such a hard time.
I love watching.
Something that you drink water out of. A leather glove.
Your mother. So this was something fun. Look, I have as long as I've been alive, I have loved stories about cryptozoology and about cryptids and stuff. And I've always been fascinated about the Loch Ness Monster and just kind of what it is. And something interesting. This just popped up in my news feed today, and it's like this is in the New York Post. So it's kind of interesting. The Loch Ness Monster spotted again, this time on drone footage. And the guy, and by the way, the guy who posted this video, he said, "Look, the last thing I want to do is make a Nessie claim." He said, "I'm the most skeptical of people, but watching this, I think, yeah, there's something a bit strange here." So the image was taken last month of a long, thin form just beneath the water surface, was so fleeting that Maver, his name is Maver, 54, didn't notice it when he posted it on September 1st, because there's a video of them. They're just fishing. They're like in kayaks, just fishing. And then they had a drone that was above, and you would have blinked and missed it. I had to look a couple of times, and then I realized where it was. Okay, so here is the video. See if you can. We're gonna. I'll go ahead and play this.
What part of the screen are we looking at?
You're looking right here in the middle.
Okay.
So right here in this area, right here.
And
you'll notice all of a sudden. No jump scare.
Oh, like when the spiders jump at you.
Yep. You'll notice it just kind of. I'll even make it bigger so you guys can maybe see it just a little bit better. Do you see it? How it just kind of comes to the surface there?
Yeah, it does look
kind of like that little. Hang on.
Sing a little bit.
I don't know if I would. Okay, I guess.
Where?
So okay. So I was gonna let it run through a couple of times, and then I'll.
Looks like a Dianoga.
It does look like a Dianoga. Actually,
the Dianoga pokes out the eye.
So it's right here. You see it start coming to the surface.
Oh, there
it's coming to the surface. It starts getting a little bit clearer.
It's not a ripple. It definitely.
It's not a ripple because the ripples are all going this way.
Yeah.
And I think I can bring it up even closer here in a second, but I was just gonna let it. Yeah.
So where is that?
Here, I'll show you. This was Loch Ness.
Oh, actual Loch Ness. Okay.
Yeah, it's actually in Loch Ness.
Never mind. I can't believe I even asked that question.
Okay, so now I'll see if I can bring it up. I think. Oh, hey, what am I doing? Dang it! Just trying to bring it up.
Is Loch Ness in Scotland, Enosh, I believe?
Yes, it is. It is in Scotland. Yes,
it is in Scotland.
Yes,
I've actually been to the Highlands.
Okay, let me see if I can do this. Hold on. Let's see.
And he made it back. Right. You know what that means?
Yeah.
There can be only one.
Okay, so just get out of the way there. Okay, so you guys see that?
Yeah.
I don't know why it won't let me blow it up any further. It let me blow it up on my phone.
Conspiracy, Enosh.
It is a conspiracy.
To blow something up.
I know. There's this. It's strange because it's this.
It's definitely swimming against the ripples of the wave.
It's the government that doesn't want to let you know.
Says it's just waves, but you can definitely see whatever it is. It's resisting the pattern of the direction the waves are going in.
Yes, it's moving in the opposite direction because if you look at the the waves,
it looks like it's moving towards the shore.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, guys, I got a bolt. But hey, are you guys ever going to stream AEW again on Fridays? That was fun.
I don't know, man. I have to have time to do it. That's the only problem, man. Is that I can't commit every Friday to do it because I just got.
Yeah, I know the time. Trust me, I got that's tough, but that was fun.
It was fun. We'll have to. We'll definitely have to do it again. I'm definitely interested in doing it again. But yeah, you can see see something surface there?
Sort of.
Just kind of see. It's just like it's right here
I
in
just
this area.
I just can't see enough contrast to determine anything. That's the only thing.
Yeah, it comes up and it's right here.
Yeah, yeah.
See the outline of the body there.
I need to see some of these things come out from hiding. I need to see Bigfoot.
Here's the body. It's not moving. You see the waves are moving over it, but there it is right there. There's the body, and like it looks like a neck and a leg or a tail there.
Why can't some kind of like sonar imaging be used?
Yeah.
From the
they have
they
they're back in '87 there was something called Project Deep Scan where they took a bunch of boats end to end and they went down the entire lock and they did a deep scan of the entire lock. The problem was that everybody said that's great and all, but any marine animal you would have scared away with all the engines of like 50 boats and going down. There's a lot of people, I talked to Alton, who wrote the Meg, and he's got a movie coming out called The Lock. And he said that he studied with a guy who has been studying Loch Ness for a long time, and that guy claims by William, by the way, that guy claims to know exactly what the Loch Ness Monster is. It's not a plesiosaur. I would love if it was a plesiosaur, but like all the ideas kind of say that it's not a plesiosaur, just because of like how it would have to survive or whatever. But it's basically a marine animal that probably comes from the sea, either through the channels or also possibly through the underground caves, and comes up into the loch to probably mate, and then goes back out to the sea because it's right there. I mean, if you know anything about Loch Ness, it's right there. It's a valley right between basically two large bodies of ocean. Yeah. And so that's what they think it is, but he wouldn't tell me what the guy thought it was, because he's saving it for his movie, because that's what his movie's actually going to be about, is just not the classic plesiosaur. If you ever want to watch a really funny B-rated, B movie, scary, it's not scary because it's just so stupid that it's, but I think it's called the Loch Ness Massacre or something like that. And I saw it late one night, man. And I think it's like late 70s or early 80s or something like that. And they just, man, it's just the silliest looking thing that you ever saw.
I'd like to see a good Loch Ness movie, but I guess no one's really done it because it's still such a big mystery.
There are two things that I would love to see movies made about that are like kind of along those lines of like cryptid or like farcical stuff. One is the Loch Ness Monster, because I don't think that we've seen a good Loch Ness Monster movie, even though hey, you could debate all day long, is it real, is it not, whatever. You know what else I would love to see a movie of, to be honest with you, is Flat Earth. Because have you ever taken time to like listen to some of these people, like their claims the Flat Earth, like how there's the big giant, ice wall, and then you don't know what's beyond the ice wall. A few years ago, there was a movie that I thought was about that, actually, with what's her name from Star Wars? She's going to be in Thor.
Natalie Portman.
She was in the movie where like they get to some like breach, like some area, and they have to like break through this barrier.
Annihilation.
What was that? Yeah, Annihilation, right? So I thought when I first saw that, I was like, oh, that looks like what they talk about, because I would love to see something like that about how like they go to the edge of, the earth, and like they discover, oh my God, there really is an edge to the earth. And then it's like, what's on the other side of that? Just like I said, just a farcical, something, just to make a movie.
What we've got here in Chicago that I find fascinating, the reportings of the Mothman.
Oh yeah,
Have you guys heard about the Mothman? It's
I watched the movie,
and it's funny because it's like
I watched a documentary.
Was there a movie?
With Richard Gere.
The Mothman prophecies that takes place out east, but in Chicago, O'Hare Airport, rural areas, there have been sightings of. I think it might be like a giant flying fox, because flying foxes can get like really big. That's the only explanation I can think. Maybe some have like emigrated here or flown here from elsewhere, but I mean, people who've made these reports are dead serious about it. And it's funny living in Chicago, you know, people talk about the Mothman, and when they're describing it, it's like you would have heard people describing the sightings in Gotham City of Batman, which is kind of funny, but it's like
that's funny.
Also,
what were you saying, TW?
A more up-to-date Mothman movie, I think, would be pretty cool.
Yeah. Also, Annihilation is the adapted from the first in I think it's a quadrilogy of books. So if you ever want to know more about that story, there is at least room for you to kind of delve in a little bit further.
Cool.
That's cool. So yeah, so like I said, that was just something. Like I said, I saw that, and I've always been fascinated with that. I actually have, remember those Time Life books that they used to sell that like had all the weird stuff in it and everything. I actually had the one that dealt with the Loch Ness monster and and a bunch of other cryptid things, you know. And so I have just always found, I don't know why, I've just always found stuff like this just amazing. I would love to go to Loch Ness and just like look myself, you know. I don't know if I don't know if there's something there. I think there's something there. You know, science probably. You know, it's probably got more of a scientific. You know,
I don't know, Enosh. It looks to me like it could be a big floating turd.
It does. It does kind of, but it almost looks like too like the tail. It almost looks like that. It almost looks like that tail, whatever that tail is right there, is moving back and forth to propel it too.
Trebek left a big squishy dump in the loch. That's what I think it is. No, it's there's definitely something there. I mean,
there's something there. I don't know what it is.
Since I was a kid, I've like followed these kind of cryptic stories, like the Loch Ness monster, and of course, it's the mystery of it that just keeps us riveted to like in this day and age. You know, why hasn't anybody come up with some kind of an answer or explanation?
I know.
I'll tell you why. The government. That's why.
The government.
That's what I was
Big
waiting
Hoss
for.
one
I was
time
waiting
saw
for someone to
Sasquatch.
say
The
that.
Jersey Devil.
He saw a Sasquatch and the Chupacabra. Lived to tell the tale.
Okay, so here's a question. So TW, I know you said you didn't want to play, but dude, just play.
I'll play. Like
man.
I just don't know how I just don't know how you do it with like audio avatars as opposed to face.
No. You don't have to. I don't have to see your face at all. I don't have to see your face at all to do it. So here's what we do. First of all, we got to pick a topic. Okay. So here's what I'll do. Let me throw this up here. It's a lot of fun for those of you guys at home. You guys can play at home along with us. And so here's what we do. We got to pick a topic first of all. I pulled this up. We don't have to do this, but we can. But we could do cryptids. Like, so you can like pull from different things. And I mean, but you guys can throw me out like a topic that you want me to look for a. Do you want me to look for something else, or
find one that we're all competitive in, of course.
All right. Well, then we'll go to the chat. How about we go to the chat? Chat. What would you like for me to look up and see about doing a Jeopardy board? Here's how we do Jeopardy. Okay, so we do one round of Jeopardy where everything is as it is. In the private chat, here's what we do. This is how we do it. TW. You use the private chat. Okay. Each time a question is answered, I will put in a 0. Okay. That means we've cleared the board, right? I will give the answer to whatever it is. If you have control of the board, you'll pick the question or you'll pick the answer. I'll read the answer. If you have the question, the way that you chime in is you use your keyboard, and Brian will be 1, TW, you're 2, Nightstar, you're 3. Okay.
Cool.
Whoever's in there first in the private chat, it's in the private chat. So say Nightstar hits his 3 in there. Yep, there you go. So so if Nightstar is in there, I'll say, hey, Nightstar gets to answer it. Nightstar gets to answer it, and that's how we go along through it. Okay. So we do 2 rounds. So we'll do 1 round on one board, 1 round on the other board, and then Final Jeopardy. You'll get a chance to bet however much you want to bet to see who wins, just like regular Jeopardy. And we'll pick a topic, and then I'll ask the question. So here's a couple. Shifty Gives him says Little House on the Prairie trivia. Gavin said mythological animals. Blake Taylor said 90s TV. That might be something. I don't even know if they have this, but Miami Vice guest star trivia. There is one.
might do
I am
okay
going to
on
make
that.
my own one day. I am going to make my own one day that we'll do. Or any thoughts from the contestants?
I'm not seeing what the options are up there.
Actually, well, there's anything. I just have to look it up and see if it's in the thing. So you guys could throw out anything. Well, Cherie, we love you. I'm sad that you got to go, but we love you. And yeah.
U.S. history.
You'll have some.
Have
You'll
it
have some
pertain
fun.
to the conversations today in some capacity. Like something to the news.
Yeah, something related to what we've been talking about.
So something, maybe like either Star Wars or like Warner Brothers movies more broadly, not simply
Like everybody talking
movies.
over each other.
Well, it's been great, guys. Have yourselves a good night.
Somebody said 80s action, facts of life trivia,
Canon films.
Who is this Paul?
Here, let me
80s fantasy and sci-fi.
But of course, Spherical Man is the correct answer.
What does Spherical Man say? An album cover?
Actually, it's
anal bum cover.
Anal bum covers.
We know our SNL. Jeopardy.
How about cartoons for the first round of Jeopardy?
Ooh,
All right.
I like that. I like cartoons.
So let's see. Let me pull some. How about Disney, Boomerang, old cartoons, and random?
Old cartoons.
Well,
yeah, I was gonna say, don't do random.
No, you have your topics up at the top.
Oh.
It's not all one. It's not all one.
Okay.
Because some of these I know that you guys aren't going to get like Paw Patrol. I know.
Oh, you just wait.
Oh well, hey now. Well, here's 25 questions. You got. Oh, how about this? How about cartoons of movies? Disney Channel, Nickelodeon, Nick Jr., and PBS.
Oh.
When it comes to Nickelodeon, I will lose my ass.
Okay. Let's see. So that's the cartoon ones. If you guys like that first one I said, which was Disney, Boomerang, old cartoons, and random.
I like that.
Try that.
You guys good with that one?
Yeah.
Okay, let me set it up. We got 3 teams here. All right, team 1 will be what are you going as again, Brian?
Big Hoss, you jabron.
Big Hoss.
Gonna bring the championship and the pain.
He wants romantic comedies. The Dark Knight wants romantic comedies. DC animated.
Oh, please no.
I'd actually probably do all right, to be perfectly honest, in romantic comedies.
Big Hoss. All right.
I once
TW. What do you want your team to be?
TW and the McKays.
Thank you, Sri. Somebody understands what real greatness is.
I'm TW. TW. Okay. It's too long for it to go in there.
Yeah.
Okay, and Nightstar, we'll just put Nightstar.
Yeah, I was going to be funny and say let's call mine the Devil's Anus, but the Nightstar's fine.
We might be able to get that in there.
Can it fit? Speaking of Doom Croc. Okay, go ahead.
Right.
The Devil's
Don't talk about things Philly and the Devil's Anus. Don't do it.
Well, I want you to put it in my ass.
Your lips are made of the same skin type and texture as your anus. Until next time. When two people French kiss, they form an approximately 60-foot-long tube between two buttholes. Until next time.
It's good to know.
I have been. I mean, Gavin. I won't say number 1, but somewhere in the top 20.
I can speak to that. San Antonio, 1977. Rough.
When I was a young boy, I was self-conscious about my nipples. They are...
Don't ruin that song for me.
Hi, Rachel.
Hi, Chris.
Can I have a consonant,
You
please?
can indeed, thank you. Start with S.
And another.
L.
And a vowel.
U.
And a consonant.
T.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a game show, so you never know what could go wrong.
You can, let's start with P.
A vowel, please.
E.
A consonant.
N.
Another vowel.
I.
A consonant.
S.
Another consonant.
D.
A vowel.
U.
A consonant.
M.
And another consonant, please.
And last letter, P.
Thank you, Lily. Entertaining start to the letters.
I thought that should be penis mightier.
Yes. All right. So here is your board. We have Big Hoss, T.W. McKay, and Devil's Anus. T.W., would you like to change your name at all?
What, to add the A that's in the McKay? Yes, absolutely.
Oh, did I miss something? Oh, did I miss? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yep. I'm sorry. I
It
apologize.
doesn't bother me. It's not my actual name.
Or would you like it to be something else? Or
That's good. That's
okay.
fine.
All right. So this is first Jeopardy. While we're playing Jeopardy, folks, be thinking about ideas for second Jeopardy. Give me 2 seconds. I will be right back. All right. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
Time's up.
1001, 1002. Time is up.
Are we going to get a copyright strike for the?
I don't know.
I mean,
But,
it's
but seeing the jersey, Brian, I'm sorry about the Niners.
That happens.
We're looking at patriotic Doomcock up there. You do kind of look like Doomcock when he did that.
I was kind of going for that when I got the mask in the first place.
Yeah.
But then I thought to myself,
Jeremy,
man, it would be kind of funny if I started taking them down wearing a mask myself. But then I got lost up in the bit a bit. And I think I'm a wrestler from the late 1970s.
What do they call the Mexican wrestlers?
Luchadors.
Luchador. So you're Captain Luchador or Luchador America. With that
Patriot.
Yes. Tú eres el patriot. Un luchador mexicano. Un luchador americano.
There you go. Perfect.
I don't actually speak Spanish. I'm just guessing. I hope
Tickets
that's
to
right.
the gun show. Eat your vitamins and drink your beer.
The Patriot is a good movie. I will agree with Gavin. The Patriot is a good movie.
Oh, wait a minute. You know what? I got to go get something while we're waiting here. Hang on.
Oh, no. Well, and then there were two.
It's all right. It's all right. They asked for the Brian Lounge earlier today on the Max show.
Yeah, yes, they did.
But
Yes,
they missed
did.
out on that, and they're going to get something better. The Big Hoss Show. Let me regale you.
Big
with some
Hoss is Big
poetry.
House.
It's Red News. You too. Coming at you. We're the Cowboys from Hell. Pantera.
That's why I'm like, what did you do? What
All
I
right.
think he's doing.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Poindexter Lounge Jeopardy. Our three contestants tonight, of course, will be playing for big cash and prizes. Big Hoss.
Jerry had to leave to go get some.
Night Star.
He's the invisible man.
And T.W. McKay. Okay, Peter. Sure. Anyways, so tonight, as long as, well, whoa, hey now, Captain America's here. Uh-oh.
Hang on.
That's
Hang
America's
on.
something. I don't know what that's
New
America's
acquisition. That's America's Devil's Anus. I don't know.
that's America's something. I don't know what it's America's exactly, but
I acquired some new.
Are you fighting SJWs all over?
I'm too busy fighting SJWs everywhere right now.
No, I need a lighter to deal with that guy to set that beard up.
She wants a D, and she's going to get one.
Since we're doing the mask thing tonight, I have these new acquisitions I got after you visited Enosh, so I thought I'd show them off a little bit.
Very, very cool. All right, so here's the
All
thing.
right.
We actually have a prize for you guys. Let me ask you all this: Are you all fans of Daredevil?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You a fan of Daredevil, Brian?
What's Daredevil?
Daredevil, the character Daredevil.
You mean that movie with the Affleck guy in it, right?
Yes. But
Okay.
just the character in general, not necessarily the movie.
More or less.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. The winner of tonight's Jeopardy game is going to go home with this beautiful Daredevil hat.
Nice.
Ooh.
All leather. Check that out. Leather hat there. It's got the snapback on it. It's still got the tags on it and everything. This will be somebody's, whoever wins tonight. But you have to have a positive score. If you have a negative score, then I'm sorry, I can't help you. You don't win.
I find those rules unjust.
Well, too bad. I'll give it right back to you, nice star. You're the devil's anus, but I'll tell you what, I've got something to shove right up there that your mother wouldn't even take.
Language.
Let's take a look at the scores.
It's a double D for sure. Yes. All right. Okay.
Mr. Connery, you were warned by the producers.
Right. Okay. Yes, Shifty-Gism, I think so too. It's a great prize. So it's just a way to say thank you. Okay, so here we go. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. Oh, dang it.
You closed the browser, didn't you?
I sure did. Hold on a second. All that. And
It's a patriotic panel tonight.
Yeah, right. All that, and I closed the browser. Jeez. Okay, so do you remember how did I pick the first one, or how did we do that before, Brian? Do you remember?
You could pick the first one, or it was usually last champion, but unfortunately, Brian, Master of None, messed up and lost. So Big Hoss is here for revenge.
Yes. Okay. So I gotta put in.
So I'd say just pick it.
I guess you could have just gone back to history.
I'm uncomfortable to wear. I got to get it off.
It gets kind of tight.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. My nose is all pressed.
I did find I did have that one. There is another one that is movies, Nickelodeon, Disney, comic book characters or book characters. But where's the one that I had? I'm trying to find it. Hold on a second here. What was it? It was movies.
It was under cartoons, I think, right?
It was was it movies, picture, Disney, songs, and random? No.
It was
Disney.
No, it was Disney movies, Disney, old cartoons, and random or something like that.
Yeah. I'm trying to find that one though. It was at the up at the top before. Ooh, there's one that's a bunch of Hanna-Barbera ones.
I was on Space Ghost once.
Okay, so I can't find that one again. Dang it. Oh, you know what? Hold on. There might be a way. Hold on a second. History.
European history for 1,000.
I think this is the one.
Who is Napoleon?
Yep, it was Disney Boomerang old cartoons. You know what? It actually pulled up the whole thing for me. Awesome. Okay, here we go, folks. Oops, I just gotta add it back. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a while since we played, so I just I think this is the one. Is that the one? Yep, that's the one. Right.
So remind me really quickly. I know I'm number 3. When do we ring in our number if we want?
So as soon as I uncover the answer.
Okay.
When I uncover the answer, it's going to come up towards you're going to see the answer right there, right?
All right.
So you can answer at any time that I bring it up. I don't even have to get out the whole question, or the whole answer for you to, and then I just ask you to answer in the form of a question.
All right.
Okay. All right. So here we go. We're going to start off with, and you can pick any number, by the way, and there will be daily doubles in the next round. But for the first one here, we're going to go. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I did remember some little tricks that I had before. I had to separate the windows because I have to go back and forth, and I have to see to make sure, especially later on, that I know exactly who did what, when, and how. Okay, we are ready to go, and we're gonna start. We're gonna start with something simple. We're just gonna start with Disney for 100, shall we? Okay, and here is the question: who was the creator of Disney? And in there, let's see, Big Hoss is in there first.
Who is Walt Disney?
Oh, that's I remember my method to my madness, because now I got to check the answer and make sure that that's the answer. And oops. And your answer was, who is Walt Disney? And look at there. You're on the board, buddy. Big Hoss on the board with 100, and now you have the board.
Too easy.
Let's go with random for 200.
I was so good at this like a couple of months ago too, man. We were just like, I was like, what do I do again? What do I do again? Okay, here we go. Random for 200, and that answer is, what is the name of the mailbox on Blue's Clues?
No clue to that.
It has a name.
What is the name of the mailbox on Blue's Clues? No one. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. All right. And the answer, of course, is... Oops. Mailbox.
Of course. Of course it is.
Seriously?
Oh, my God.
Brian, you still have control of the board.
I'm ashamed.
Random for 200 or 300.
Random for 300.
Jeopardy for retards. Go ahead.
Yes, and the answer is, this show has a crime-fighting platypus. Bonus points if you know his name. Oh. No one?
It looks like TJ jumped in. No?
What? Yeah, I did.
No. Oh! I didn't. Man, my thing didn't pop up. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, TW.
TJ, I'm
TW.
sorry. W.
All right, TW. What is your answer, sir?
What is Phineas and Ferb?
And the answer is Phineas and Ferb, but you didn't get Perry. So.
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me afterwards.
No, I'm sorry. But it really doesn't give me a thing to give a bonus anyway, so I don't know why it says bonus for that. But yeah, all right, cool. And now you are on the board, sir, and you have control of the board.
All right, let's go Disney for 200.
Going Disney for 200. That is, who is Phineas and Ferb's sister?
TW.
Oh, TW's in it. I'm sorry, I was looking. I thought it was TW again. Thank you, Big Hoss, for putting the 0 in. All right, who is Phineas and Ferb's sister?
Who is Candace?
The hell is Phineas and Ferb?
Yeah, what Disney cartoon are they from?
Phineas and Ferb.
And that is Candace. Yes, you are correct, sir.
Which
500?
Which movie is that?
It's from a TV series called Phineas and Ferb.
That's also Phineas and Ferb. Yeah, that's also Phineas and Ferb. All right, you still have control of the board, sir.
Let's go 300, same category.
300, same category. What is Mickey Mouse's dog's name? And that is Night Star, right?
Who is Pluto?
And that answer is Pluto.
Yes.
And now the Devil's Anus is on the board. Devil's Anus on the board.
I don't want to see the Devil's Anus anywhere. Thank you.
All right. All right, and you now have control of the board, Devil's Anus.
I'll take old cartoons for. Wait, so do I have to start at 100 or I can select any?
No, you can go anywhere you want.
All right, so let me take old cartoons for 200.
For 200 old cartoons, what is Bugs Bunny's famous quote? Bonus points if you know what he's usually doing when he says this. Oops.
Oh, my answer?
Hold on. Where was I? I thought I put a 0 in.
No, you didn't.
I didn't? Okay. So I'm guessing all three of you guys answered, right?
Yeah.
I popped in.
Oh, you know, my 0 didn't go in. That's why, because I actually put it in. Okay. So who was first? Hold on. No. Don't do that. Hold on.
Okay.
TW was first.
Did you not answer, Big Hoss?
No, that was for the question before.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you for being honest. I appreciate you, sir. All right, TW. What is Bugs Bunny's famous quote?
What is "What's up, Doc"?
I will tell you.
Forgot
Yes.
No.
I will tell you that is correct. Would you like to try for the bonus? And I'll give you a 10-point bonus if you get it. Actually, you know, I'll give you a 50-point bonus.
Oh, he's eating a carrot. What is Bugs? What is eating a carrot?
And you're right.
Trying to word it like a question there.
You're right. And we'll give you 50 points. All right. There you go, sir. You have control of the board.
Let's go boomerang for 100.
Boomerang for 100. Is my 0 in there? Okay.
Now it is.
Okay, cool. All right. Boomerang for 100. What is the name of the bear who lives in Jellystone Park? And TW.
Who is Yogi Bear?
Yogi Bear is correct. Once again, you have control of the board, sir.
Okay, let's go 200, same category.
200, same category. What are the names of the kids in the Scooby-Doo gang? Nightstar.
Daphne. Oh, I'm sorry. Who are Daphne, Fred, Velma, and Shaggy?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Next in there was TW.
Who are Mystery Incorporated?
That is also incorrect. Brian, would you like to take a stab at this? What are the names of the kids in the Scooby-Doo gang?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yep. Really
all right. This is kind of so this is one of those things
This
that
has
like
got to be a trick question because
it is a trick question, and I almost feel like I should almost give it to Nightstar because it asked exactly what the kids are, but it included Scooby-Doo.
Oh, okay. I would give the points to Nightstar. Absolutely.
Well, Paul Smith got it.
When you said Scooby-Doo gang, you assume okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I didn't say Scooby.
You don't think yeah,
that's kind of like a weird. Yeah, I mean, if they're asking for the kids, Scooby-Doo's not a kid.
I don't know. I tell you what. Let's go to so we're fair and impartial. Let us go to the chat.
I say the question is unjust.
Chat. I'm gonna let you guys answer this. Should we give it to him or no? First answer is going to determine it.
Just give it to him. I mean, what the heck?
That's a strangely worded question. Bro, Scooby is a dog.
I gave it to your mother last night, Enosh. Sorry.
You know what, Mr. Curry, we're going to deduct 50 points from you.
That's disturbing because my mother has passed, but okay.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, dude, it's totally fine.
All right.
Okay. All right, so we gave him the points. All right.
Thank you.
Thank H Parts. All right.
Thank you, H Parts.
All right, and you now have control of the board. Double
Did he give him the points?
All right.
No, he didn't. He just said, "Bruh, Scooby a dog." Shout out to Blake Taylor.
I will take old cartoons for 400.
Old cartoons for 400, and that answer is Gargamel is the villain of this show. That was Nightstar.
What are the Smurfs?
That answer is... Oops. Yes, you are correct. The Smurfs.
All right.
There you go. All right. You have control of the board still. Big Hoss with 100. T.W. McKay with 850. Devil's Anus with 900.
Let's go with random for 400.
Random for 400. Barney Rubble is from what old cartoon?
God damn.
Nightstar.
What are the Flintstones?
Whoops. I just gave you the points. Hold on a second.
Because I'm right.
Well, yeah, but I got to check it just to make sure that it's not like some. All right. Okay, cool.
It's like in Magic when you know combo's going to kill you, but you're just like still judge.
Mm-hmm. All right, sir.
Let's go with old cartoons for 500.
Old cartoons for 500. This show takes place in the fictional town called Bedrock.
What the hell, man? This is the same damn answer.
TW.
What is the Flintstones?
What's these damn questions?
Yes.
It's rigged against the Patriots, I know.
All right. TW with the lead and control of the board.
Let's go Disney for 400.
Going Disney for 400. That answer is, what kind of dog is Scooby-Doo?
I know the answer, but my brain is melted.
Okay, TW.
What is a Great Dane? And I would like to say for posterity, I have an issue with the creator of this board because Scooby-Doo is a Hanna-Barbera cartoon and not a Disney cartoon.
Oh, he's right. That's true.
That is true. All right.
I
did not create the board, but
I
I will award the points to TW. All right, TW, you are still in control of the board.
Alrighty, and we will finish off the category 500.
Disney for 500. Who was the first cartoon character to get a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame? Oops. Big Hoss.
Who is Mickey Mouse?
And that answer is Mickey Mouse. Yes. And now you're back up to 600.
Mickey Mouse.
And control of the board.
All right, we'll take Boomerang for 300.
Boomerang for 300. What was the name of the robot made in the Jetsons? Nightstar.
What was Rosie the Robot?
And that is correct.
Employed by the first Mr. J.
All right, sir.
Let's go with old cartoons for 300.
Old cartoons for 300. Popeye eats this vegetable to give him strength.
Come on, too easy. Who logged in first?
Nightstar.
I am what I am because Popeye eats his spinach.
That wasn't spinach, but all right.
Spinach.
Might have been the devil's lettuce, but
I think it was spinach. It was spinach, but it was also the 40, so it was laced with human growth hormone.
What is me spinach?
Wow.
All right, so let's go with random for 100.
All right. By the way, I want to say a shout out there to Jolly Jake Lavelle. Good to have you here. Good to see you. All right. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Random for 100.
Random for 100. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? TW.
Who is SpongeBob SquarePants?
Yes, sir. That is absolutely correct. Where do you want to go, sir?
Let's go Boomerang for 4.
Boomerang for 400. Who is the youngest Smurf? that? Are you guys in? Okay. Night Star.
I you know what? I blew it. I don't know that one. Sorry, I was too fast. My mistake. Who's next?
That would be TW, and I have to subtract points from you, so you're back down to 1,500.
Oh,
yes. All right, TW. Who is the youngest Smurf?
Pass.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You don't have to take it. Yeah. Because you were second to chime in. Brian, did you want to take a gander at that?
Who is Smurfette?
Wait, what? I'm gonna have to confer with the chat on this one because I have no idea who this is. And who is Sassette?
must be the sassiest.
See, I would have thought Baby Smurf, like these guys, like everybody was saying here, is Baby Smurf.
This game is rigged.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. Hold on a second. Sassette Smurf?
Yeah.
Perhaps I should shift into my Bane voice, Enosh, and instruct you to kill them all.
Okay. You know what? So I was not aware of this, but I will show you all. This is indeed a thing. I was not even really aware of this, but you can see here, Sassette Smurf.
Well, that was who
was that little red-haired Smurf.
I thought it was Smurfette. Oh, whatever.
No, it's not Smurfette. Smurfette's the blonde. Smurfette's the blonde.
Oh, okay.
Right there.
Sassette, little blue bastards.
Sassette is this little redhead right here, and I remember her like kind of, but like not a lot. So yeah, did anybody was anybody did any Anthony says she's a character. Apparently
so are we all in certain.
Sassette shows up in the 6th season according to Smurf Wiki. Thank you so much. Appreciate
according
that.
According to Smurf Wiki, it's actually the 5th season. But anyways.
Useless trivia we will never return to ever again.
Darn straight.
Oops. Okay. And now. Who has control of the board? Oh, I got to take points away from Brian. Sorry, hold on a second. Sorry, Brian.
You take him away from TW as well?
TW didn't have to answer.
Oh,
you didn't have to answer. Yeah, you didn't have to answer that one.
Fine.
Sorry. Otherwise, I would have. Absolutely, I took them away from him. So
super in the hole, whatever.
Sorry, man.
Round 2, please.
All right. So let's see. That means Night Star still has control of the board.
Oh boy, I'm going to have to live dangerously here and go for a high number that someone else might beat me with. But let's go with random for 500.
Random for 500. What year is the Jetsons set in? Let's go. Night Star? You do have to answer.
Yeah, I know I do.
He was doing the strategy thing. It's to push the button before the question comes out. Sometimes it'll bite you in the ass.
That's exactly.
Been there, done that.
I can say, I'm just going to piss on the wind here. The year 3000. What is the year 3000?
That is wrong.
I assumed as much.
So we've taken 500 away. You now have 1,000. Anybody else want to take a gander at that one?
No, I got burned on the last one. Thank you.
All right. The correct answer is 2062.
I was going to say 2066, so I'm glad I didn't answer.
It's a year before Zephyrin Cochrane made his warp flight.
I love it.
Right.
I love it. All right,
2063,
we got two left. Night Star, you still have control of the board.
Let's go with Boomerang for 500 and let it rip.
Boomerang for 500. And the answer is, what is the name of the Scooby-Doo van? TW.
What is the Mystery Machine?
And we have a winner.
Oh, there's still a second round.
Yeah, there's still a second round, dude.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. So the Mystery Machine, you are
gotta
correct.
go double Jeopardy.
TW, right there. And then, all right. And then TW, there's just only one. So we'll end with old cartoons for 100. Get a zero in. There we go. All right. And that answer is, what is the name of the show that features a cat and a mouse who are constantly fighting? And TW.
Who are Tom and Jerry?
You know, it could also be Itchy and Scratchy.
They fight. They fight.
Yes.
They fight. They fight. They fight.
But it is not. It is Tom and Jerry. It is.
I was going to say the Itchy and Scratchy show because I wouldn't say Tom and Jerry are like fighting per se. It's more of a game of cat and mouse between them. Literally.
Well,
because they are a cat and mouse. Brian.
Didn't somebody say that they were lovers recently?
Oh, goodness.
I could have swore I heard somebody say that they were apparently lovers. I mean, that was like something that somebody just said. It's not like it was. Okay, so I'm just writing down your score so we can drop them on the other one.
Oh, I just realized where I got the year 3000 from. Was it Conan O'Brien's show?
That's the year 2000.
2000. The year.
In the year 2000. In the year 2000. Well, right now, after First Jeopardy, we got Big Haas with 200. We got TW McKay with 2450, which was I was scared of because I might have to ship that thing to Canada. And Devil's Anus with 1,000. Somebody beat TW for God's sake. It's a whole lot cheaper for me. All right.
Honestly, if I win, just you know you can do, and I'm being dead serious. If the other guys do win, ship it to them. If I win, give it as the giveaway after the Thomas Wayne thing.
You know what we'll do? I'll send you because I'm pretty sure that Teespring delivers. I know they deliver to Canada, so we'll figure it out.
Okay,
Maybe I'll send you a T-shirt.
If you want to send me something, yeah, we'll talk it out. But I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not super
Quit counting your
confident.
chickens, bro.
I'm not super confident.
You're
Anyway.
going down in round 2, my man.
I'll tell you this.
Oh, I know I am.
We've seen some pretty crazy things. All right, so now, folks, in the chat, I need your ideas, folks. I need your ideas.
Sports. Yeah, put Tony in so somebody else can get
anything
wrong.
Anything but sports. I can't. I don't follow sports.
I think if it was just Brian and I, we'd probably be all right.
How about like movie trivia, like 90s movie trivia, or to a specific decade, something that like we all are kind of familiar with?
90s music.
Oh, I'm not big on music. You know, I once went on a game show, Hollywood Showdown. I won $17,000. This is back in, I want to say 1999. So.
How about this? How about 90s? Flashback 90s.
All right. I mean,
let's give it a shot.
Okay.
Can't do any worse than I already am.
Big Haas.
Okay, so this is what I got. These are the categories: 90s TV, 90s music, 90s movies, 90s events, 90s books, and toys and trends.
90s movies or toys and trends?
Well, no, it's
no, those are the categories within the board.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Sounds good.
So, okay.
Which I think is a good enough spread that we'll probably be able to kind of even out.
And let's see, you had 200. Boom, boom.
And also consider these are going to be, double and we're getting daily doubles too. So,
oops. So TW here with 2450. And
we did wrestling the other time, dude. It's all modern wrestling that nobody pays attention to.
Oh, the what, on a wrestling board?
Well, when we did the wrestling questions on Jeopardy, that's what happened. We didn't get anything. We didn't get anything that anybody on the panel knew. So it was all a bunch of NXT
potables.
Potent potables.
All right. Here.
It's my name.
All right. So here is the board. On this board, there are 2 daily doubles. Okay. I have determined where they are because there are boards that do have daily doubles and it just randomly picks them, but I did not pick one that has a daily double. So I'm just going to write down what they are. And help me out here because I'm trying to remember how that works.
I've never done this before, so I don't know.
I believe the daily double means you can you can
wager any amount of your points, and if you wish to wager exactly how much you have, you'll say you want to make it a true daily double.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you can wager anything from
that's right.
lowest amount you've got to exactly how much you have.
All right. That being said, Big Hoss is in last place. So, Big Hoss, you get to start off with the board, sir.
I'm just resetting the 0 because I accidentally put 2 in the chat.
Oh, whoops. Okay.
That is fine. All right.
Are we at 0? Okay, I got 0. Thank you.
90s music for 300.
90s music for 300, and your answer is this 1998 Album of the Year Grammy Award winner became famous with the group The Fugees before going solo.
Who is Lauryn Hill?
Who is Lauryn Hill?
Oh, they spelled her name wrong.
She was in Sister Act 2.
Yep. All right. You have the board, sir.
90s music for 600.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
I'm trying to just
resetting the 0.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you could help me out, I'd appreciate that. That'd be great. Okay. I'm sorry. Was it 90s music for what now?
600.
For 600. That answer. Lisa Left Eye Lopez from this group got herself into trouble after burning down her friend's house. Big Hoss.
Who is TLC?
That is absolutely correct. TLC.
I think that would have been.
It was Andre Rison.
Andre Rison. Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
You are correct.
Let's do 90s music for 500.
All right, 90s music for 500. That is your daily double. So, Brian, you will have a chance to answer this question, and only you. How much would you like to wager, sir?
Double me up. Let's do it all.
Okay, for 1,100, here is your question. This hip hop artist sampled this Broadway tune in 1998.
Oh, come on. That's Jay-Z. Who is Jay-Z?
Who is Jay-Z?
It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock.
And Brian is right back in it, folks.
Every time I hear that, I'm not lying. All I see is Gold Member. Like the scene of Dr. Evil and Mini-Me.
This is for my friends in Bruges.
There you go. Hey,
Alrighty.
Todd Fair here with a $5 super chat. Thanks to Mark. We're not even talking about it. Hey, Todd, I don't know if you were listening earlier. We proved that Feige actually, we proved without even trying to prove it, that Feige is not that Marvel is not the gold standard of what they do, because what they do in their shared universe actually was done first on Happy Days, Mork and Mindy, and Laverne and Shirley. So, yeah. So them, yeah, they're the gold standard.
Gary Marshall.
Gary Marshall is the gold standard. And King Marshall. But Todd Fair here says, I'm going to read it because he gave $5 and I appreciate it, man. It says Marvel is doing everything so perfect right now. I love you, Todd.
Say it.
I love you, Todd. I love you, Todd. Marvel is doing everything so perfect right now. They are going to rule the box office forever. Hail King Feige. Is this like the MCU is gonna last for another 30 to 50 years?
This is the Doomcock variant.
Like
Hail. He says Hail King Feige, so this is the Doomcock variant.
Hail King Feige!
I love you, Todd. I do love you.
Yeah, I was like saying Matei at the end of Bloodsport.
I do love you, Todd, but there's still plenty of good DC stuff on its way.
I haven't even had time to rinse off that gunk the Joker's girl squirted on me.
Get this man to a hospital now!
Ugh.
And I had those flames out before the firemen even stepped off their trucks.
That's fast.
Fastest man alive.
Which might explain why you can't get a date.
Yeah. Hey,
quiet.
But you know what, Todd?
Why am I doomed to die alone?
Because you cried when Iron Man died?
I loved him 3,000.
Is that Paradise PD?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Oh my gosh.
So is this.
It's not a cult. These are just friends who do everything I say, offer me their bodies for sex, and occasionally kill people in my name. Does that sound like a call to you?
This is my favorite one.
Ooh, here's the best part. See, they think they're taking Superman's powers, but he reversed that shit and took their powers. He flipped it and dipped it!
Yes. He did indeed flip it and dipped it.
Okay, I want the fun dip now. Thanks.
All right. So let's see. Back here, Brian now has 2,200, and Brian, you still have control of the board. And remember, there's another daily double out there somewhere.
Let's do 90s TV for 400.
90s TV for 400. Oop, I gotta make sure. Okay, thank you, Big Hoss, for putting that 0 in there, and I'll get right back over here. And 90s TV for 400, you said?
Mm-hmm.
All right, for 400, here's your answer. He was the principal in the show Boy Meets World. Big Hoss.
I got burned on strategy. I don't know the answer.
Uh-oh. Well, we're going to have to take those points away from you, Big Hoss, but
that's
down
only
to 1,800.
No big deal.
TW, did you want to answer this question?
I'll take a guess. Who is Mr. Feeney?
And you are correct.
It's like I would know if I was on the Discord every now and again.
But I don't remember if he was ever the principal of their school.
Or just a teacher.
Yeah, as far as I know, but I could be wrong. It's been a very long time since I've seen the show. We'll go to
Mr. Belvedere, Kit. That's my favorite. Jack.
Actually, I do appreciate Kit, considering Mr. Feeney was played by William Daniels, so I do appreciate that.
Yes,
let's go.
I like Mr. Furley.
Yes.
I like the Mr. Furley one.
I do too.
All right.
Let's go 90s movies for 100.
90s movies for 100. All right. And 90s movies for 100. And your answer is Hakuna Matata means this. Night Star.
Hakuna Matata. Oh, God.
Oh, he's singing it. He's singing it to himself. Let's get it.
I thought I knew what it was, and I'm screwed. So take away my points.
You want to da 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 da? All right, you're done. Big Hoss.
What is No Worries?
No worries to you, sir, because you got it right. Back up to 1900 with control of the board.
90s movies for 200.
90s movies for 200. Oops, I gotta get back in here. Okay, I got my 0 in there. Got it all. Whoops. Dang, 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 dang. 90s movies for 200, you said, right? Right there. Okay, here we go. Alicia Silverstone character in Clueless. Ooh, TW.
Alicia Silverstone's character in. Can I read the question
again? You chimed in. I figured.
Oh, no, I just want to.
Oh, God. I cannot read the question.
Can you scroll up a bit then?
Alicia Silverstone's character in Clueless, also the one named singing star of Mermaids.
Subtract the points.
True, true, true.
I'm gonna hate
Let's
myself.
see. Big Haas had it in there. Big Haas, did you want to take a?
Looks like Brian was the next one in. If you want to,
I'm not trying to lose points.
I know the answer to this one.
I
do too. I just can't remember it.
It's no, I can't.
All right. Nice Star, do you want to take a gander at this?
Who was Cher?
Yeah, that's it.
Who is Cher?
If I could turn back time, I'd remember that.
Me too.
There you go.
It also known Paul Rudd was in that movie.
Yes.
And he hasn't aged the days.
Batgirl.
Back before Life with Derek, there was Clueless.
I know that these are just typos, and that's fine, guys. I'm not making fun of you for the typos. It's just kind of hilarious to think of. It's Char, because all I'm thinking of is is Pokemon's like Charmander. It's Charmander.
Okay. By the way, that guy, the guy who left his Charmander out in the rain, needs to be in jail. Like that, it was not cool.
All right, Devil's Anus, you now control the board, sir.
I'm going to wipe out movies if I can. Let's go.
Of course, the Devil's.
90s movies for 300.
Devil's Anus is going to wipe with 90s movies for what was it again?
For 300.
For 300. All right, and here is your answer. This actress made her big screen debut in the Jim Carrey flick The Mask.
Oh, come on. I clicked it right.
Big Hoss.
Who is Cameron Diaz?
How did you click faster than
Bam! Big Hoss with 300 right there.
The magical 10 key.
All right, Big Hoss. You have control of the board, sir.
90s music for 400.
90s music for 400. You two reworked the theme tune to this blockbuster starring Tom Cruise. Big Hoss. This one should be easy.
Mission Impossible. What is Mission Impossible?
What is Mission Impossible? All right, Big Hoss, you still have control of the board.
Let's clear out 90s music.
90s music for 200. For 200. This dance craze came to the charts courtesy of Los Del Mar. Big Hoss.
What is the Macarena?
You are correct, sir.
90s music for 100.
90s music for 100. Which Tool-themed MC won the Best Rap Video and Best Dance Video at the 1990 MTV Music Awards?
He was
a music awards that I remember very fondly. Actually, I remember the 1990 MTV awards. Big Hoss.
Who is MC Hammer?
I gave you the points. I didn't even do the thing. MC Hammer is correct.
I'm not lying.
Too legit to quit.
I do have to say, I do appreciate Brian putting the glottal stop in his name, the Klingon in him, the big Haas,
Yes, he was too legit to quit.
Now I'm unlegit, and now I must quit. Oh, Hot Rod, anyone? All right, never mind.
Yes.
Yes,
It's been a long
I
time
love
since
Hot
Rod.
Cool Beans.
Cool beans.
Cool.
All right, 90s movies for 400.
90s movies for 400, and your answer is Travolta introduced the world to the term Royale with cheese in this cult classic, Night Star.
What is Pulp Fiction?
I was going to say Reservoir Dogs. Oh, he wasn't in that.
You would have been wrong.
I know.
You would have been wrong. So there you go.
Also, if you guys want to see something funny, I highly recommend watching a dramatic reading by Rob Paulson and Maurice LaMarche of the driving scene in Pulp Fiction where they discuss the Royale with cheese. They read respectively as Jules and Vincent Vega as Pinky and Brain.
Huh.
Opens with Rob Paulson as the voice of Pinky. Tell me about the hash bars.
Pumps and a bump. Hey, we like the girls with the pumps and a bump. Pumps and a bump. Pump Center Pump. Hey, remember that great hit by Hammer? Please, Hammer. Please, Hammer. Don't hurt him. All right. All right.
Already dead.
Devil's Anus. What are you going with, man?
Let's go with 90s events for 300.
90s events for 300. And that answer is... In 1994, this man becomes president of South Africa after being elected in the country's first multiracial elections.
Man, how'd you click so fast?
TW.
Who is Nelson Mandela?
Damn it.
Nelson Mandela, owner of the Mandela Effect. And you are correct, sir. All right, sir. You, whoops. You have the board, my good friend.
Let's go 90s TV for 100.
Oh my gosh, have you seen her? Tell me, have you seen her? Shake your rump, Rex and Effects. Like the stylish clothes you wear, like the way you do your hair, all the funny things you do. It makes me want to get with you. What did you pick now? What did you pick, TW?
No, 90s TV for 100.
90s TV for 100, starring Wacko, Yakko, and Dot. Night Star.
That was a bad strategy.
Uh-oh.
Screw me. I lost.
Really?
Yeah.
They got fruit in their slacks.
All right, next TW McKay. TW McKay.
I
got to take the 100 away from you there. Okay.
Yeah. What is Animaniacs?
Just going to take a stab at it. What is Animaniacs?
Yes, it's baloney in their slacks, by the way, Brian.
Never watched
it. All right, TW.
Let's go TV for 2.
Go TV for 2. All right. Oops. Over here. Get this over here. TV for 2. And that answer is... This sitcom follows a group of high school students and their principal. Later, it follows them to college. TW.
What is Boy Meets World?
Oops. Incorrect.
I know the answer.
Brian, you're up next. What would you?
What is Saved by the Bell?
Saved by the Bell.
I completely forgot about the
college years.
I forgot about the college years because all I've seen is. No, hang on. Did the TV movie where they go on the cruise, was that after the college years or before?
They didn't go on a cruise. They went to Vegas and got married.
That's it.
Yep.
Post.
Yep. All right, Brian. You have control of the board once again.
Let's do 90s events for 400.
90s events for 400. That answer is this top-ranked tennis player was stabbed in the back by a spectator during a match in Hamburg in 1993. Night Star.
Billie Jean King. Totally wrong.
No, totally wrong. Totally wrong. Back down to 1100 for you. Did anybody else chime in on that one? Big Hawes.
Who is... Oh, what the hell is his last name? John McEnroe.
That is wrong as well. TW, did you want to take a stab at it?
I'll give it a shot.
Uninterested.
I've been waiting all game to be able to do something.
Yeah,
like that. Okay.
Of course you have. You just were waiting for the opportunity to kind of twist the knife on us. I know it's a whole thing, but like,
well, you get the point.
Yes. Who is?
You get the point.
Yes, I do.
Over and over.
Who is Andre Agassi?
That is also incorrect. You all three messed that one up.
That's all right. At least we all failed.
You all failed on that one equally. Monica Seles.
Oh.
I did not know that. I was not aware of that.
I was not born when it happened, so.
Some weird, wild stuff.
Brian.
Let's do 90s events for 100.
Some weird, wild stuff.
I was not aware. I was not aware of that. Were you aware of that? I was not aware of that.
You are correct, sir.
That is some weird, wild stuff right there. Some weird, wild stuff. Some Monococelus. Okay.
That
sorry,
is some weird, wild stuff out there.
What did you say?
Carson.
What did you say, sir?
90s events for 100.
Oops, hold on a second here.
Let's get this show on the road, man. I gotta get off this and watch Titans.
Of course, he wants to leave now. He's winning.
Right. Okay. I'm sorry. What was it? 90s events for what?
100.
For 100. 90s events for 100. And your answer is this 22-year-old White House intern was involved in the 1998 case leading up to the impeachment of Bill Clinton. And that goes to TW, the Canadian.
Who is Monica Lewinsky?
Who is Linda Tripp? Oh. No.
Who is Monica Lewinsky?
You know who it is.
And you got that cigar. You got that cigar in your mouth too, TW. Just like Monica had somewhere else.
Yeah, you're a humidor.
Oh my God!
All right, sir. Where do you want to go, TW?
Let's go. Books for 1.
Books for 100. Books, toys, and trends for 100. This huge trend came about in the 90s and featured a television show, multiple video games across different platforms, a trading card game, and a blockbuster movie, and is still as popular today. Big Haas.
What is Pokemon?
You are correct.
Ooh, yeah.
Don't even think about playing that video because trust me, Show Pro will take you down.
All right.
90s TV for 300.
0 has been reset.
90s TV for 300, you say? All right. And your answer is? During its 9-season run, the show included a man with his friends George, Elaine, and Kramer. Big Haas.
What is Seinfeld?
What is Seinfeld? Yes.
It's a show about nothing.
All right, sir. Where are you going?
90s TV for 500.
For 500. Fox and Dana were the leads in this sci-fi series, Night Star.
What are the X-Files?
You are correct.
Yay.
God, she used to scare me.
Scully?
Oh, she used to scare me, man.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And the board is reset. And where do you want to go, Night Star?
90s movies for 500.
90s movies for 500. Here's your answer. The speed below which the bomb would explode in the Keanu Reeves and Sandy B classic. And that goes to Night Star.
Oh, God. The speed below which the bomb would explode in the... Give me a sec. What is 60 miles an hour? I love that movie, too. I just watched it recently.
I'm going to tell you that's wrong.
Oh!
I know the answer.
I
chimed in next.
Are you the second one? Big Haas.
50 miles an hour. That is 50.
Yes, sir.
Damn.
First movie I ever saw in the drive-in movie theater. Speed.
Oh, very cool.
Very cool. All right. Brian, you have the board.
Let's finish out 90s TV for 600.
90s TV for 600 and a big pull away. This show lasted 6 seasons, 98 to 2004, which opened with these song lyrics. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. I want to know right now, what will it be? T.W. McKay.
What is Dawson's Creek? Rest in peace, Norm Macdonald.
Also would have taken Dawson came before the creek.
Yeah, he did.
What is Dawson's Creek? Brings TW kind of back into it there.
For those confused,
Yeah,
watch Family Guy.
yeah. Well, Dawson, our good friend Dawson, once said that he came before the creek, meaning Dawson's Creek, that he was born before the creek, but he just said he came before the creek. Kind of a weird way
And
to
left
put
it at that.
And the best part was it just stuck. But yes.
All right, sir. Where do you want to
go? Let's go 90s movies for 6.
90s movies for 600 and a chance for rebirth. Macaulay Culkin is turned into a real-life cartoon in this 1994 film, Night Star.
Turned into a real-life cartoon in this 1994. What is Richie Rich?
No.
He played Richie Rich?
He did play Richie Rich, but
apparently not in 1994.
I will take a guess.
Yep. All right, TW.
What is the Page Master?
Yeah.
You would be correct.
Because he got turned into a cartoon. Richie Rich started as a comic book.
I got it backwards. Gotcha.
But I'm like, if it wasn't Richie Rich, it was the Page Master. It was one of those two. Let's go.
And control the board goes back to
let's go books for 2.
Books, toys, and trends. This handheld digital pet started a worldwide craze. TW.
What is Tamagotchi?
Yes. All right, sir.
Let's go books
Catch up
for
with
3.
let me catch up with the check here, or with the chat. Digimon would have been a good one. Possibly.
Yep, they'd begin as a digital pet.
Just looking back here through the chat. Good answers to everybody here. Make sure I'm not missing anything here. I don't want to get too far ahead. All right. And All right. Where are you going, sir?
Let's go books for 3.
Books for 3.
Oh, I'll reset the 0.
This popular collectible toy led to the birth of the Brony. And that is TW as well.
What is My Little Pony?
My Little Pony.
So skinny and bony.
My Little Pony, apocalypse ponies, giving repent for your sins.
Oh, please tell me they come in red, white, black, and pale.
Oh, they do. Have you not seen that?
No, this is real.
Dude. Yeah, that's real. It's
spectacular.
It's a robot chicken.
Oh, that's awesome. And his name is Discount. And savings followed him. Let's go events for 2.
Events for 200. Whoops, do I have the thing? Yeah, okay, I do. Events for 200. O.J. Simpson was acquitted with the help of this item of clothing. Big Haws.
What is a glove?
What is a glove?
It does not fit. You must acquit.
I like the Chewbacca defense.
Yeah. Yes. Why would Chewbacca live on Endor with a bunch of 15 2-foot tall Ewoks?
It does not make sense.
Exactly.
It did not make sense.
So for anyone who's asking, so the My Little Pony actually made a huge comeback in the 90s. So that is why.
And apparently it's how we got bronies. So
yep, and bronies, yes. And so
scorch the earth.
He's doing the Chewbacca defense. All right. We're back at 0. All right. Whoops. Okay. Yeah. Big Haws.
90s events for 500.
Just reading the chat there from Hephaestion, rest in peace to Norman doing the Charles Woodson bit.
90s events for 500. In 1997, Mike Tyson bites Evander Holyfield's blank during a match and is suspended by boxing.
Mm-hmm.
Big Haws.
What is his ear?
His ear. All right, Brian.
But he wouldn't have went to WrestleMania if he didn't do that. Think about it.
Do that.
90s events for 600.
90s events for 600. In 1999, this file sharing service is created, causing a lot of musical artists such as Metallica to be very upset. That is Nightstar.
What is Napster?
What is Napster? Yes, back up to 1100.
I'd have said Morpheus.
One of my favorite. One of my favorite
What? You guys never used
Futurama.
Morpheus?
One of my favorite Futurama episodes is the Napster episode.
LimeWire, Kazaa.
I will never.
I used LimeWire. LimeWire was.
I used
something
Kazaa once.
I used
my
both.
computer crashed afterwards, so I never used it again.
There's a reason. There's a reason we install antivirus software on every computer we own now.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I'm never going to catch up with these guys, but let's go to 90s books, toys, and trends for 400.
That is our daily double. That's our daily double. That's our other daily double. All right. So you can risk up to 1,100. Now, when you risk that, do you get the points too?
What do you mean?
Like if that's worth 400, do you get those points too, or no?
No, you just get what you wager.
I was just making sure I didn't mess that up. Okay.
It's just
am I still the only one who can answer it though?
You're the only one who can answer it. Yes.
All right. Let's. I'm all in.
You're all in for 1,100.
Yeah.
Here is your answer. 90s books, toys, and trends. This popular game had its players collecting discs of hard paper with different designs and arts on each disc, waiting to be hit with a slammer.
Oh man,
Slammer, I barely know. Oh, sorry.
So what do you think, Nightstar? Do you have an answer?
Popular game had its players collecting discs of hard paper with different designs and art on each disc, waiting to be hit with a slammer.
Yeah, this might have been a little bit after you. Big Hoss there.
What is
Big Hoss there? Like totally
what is
messing with.
Oh, you just why did you just put Pogs in there? Was that before or after I said it?
It was before, but if you didn't say it, it's fine. What is Pogs?
I said okay. Yeah, I said Pogs, so I got it.
You did.
You did actually get it before you read it. I'll say that.
All right.
Got it before I read it. Cool. Well, yeah, I was like,
Brian, for those of you who didn't see this, Brian is in the private chat and he's all like, Pogs.
I'm not lying. You know what I thought he was typing? You know what I thought he was typing because he heard me laugh and I thought he was going to type, "Did you have some?" And I was like, "Yes, I did."
I had Pogs.
Pogs. Vague recollection of those.
They banned them at our school because they considered it like low grade gambling.
Oh, jeez.
Because the winner would take the Pogs of the loser.
Oh.
And then
fights would ensue, and parents would get pissed because they spent like $80 on their kids do Pogs. Oh man, I forget.
And then those damn Zoomers had
spending
to go and
$80
change
on
the
Pogs?
names.
What the heck is spending $80
Kids that wanted to win
on Pogs?
Live to win, man. You just...
Bro,
Bro, there were people that would come to school with like a PVC pipe full of freaking Pogs.
It's like loot crates with video games now.
Yeah, win.
Surprise mechanics.
Okay. All right. All
right. So let's try 90s books, toys, and trends for 500.
Oh, you're all back. Okay, cool.
We never left.
We never went anywhere.
I know. StreamYard just resets after a while.
Oh,
okay. All right. So, all right. Where did you want to go, Nightstar?
500 90s books, toys, and trends.
500, and your answer is Welcome to Dead House was the first book in this popular children's fiction series, Nightstar.
What is Goosebumps?
Meow. Meow.
Human pet me.
It's one of my little kitties.
and that's okay.
You are correct. You are correct.
Kitty's our best.
Up to 2,700. All right.
Goosebumps. That's what I gave your mother
and the
last
final.
That's what I gave your mother last night.
And the final category in Double Jeopardy. Remember, we'll have Final Jeopardy where you'll be asked one question here in just a minute.
Okay.
But the final question for 600. This tape recorder was originally seen in the movie Home Alone 2, which made it to stores in 1993, and Enosh just saw one in a store not too long ago. Nightstar.
What is a Walkman?
That is incorrect.
Really?
Yes. That is incorrect.
All right.
Let's see. Next was TW.
I shall pass.
You're going to pass? Big Hoss, you also chimed in. Would you like to try?
Final Jeopardy's coming up. No, I'm good.
Yeah. Okay. That was what is a talk boy?
I was gonna say a yak back, but that was a little bit later.
Yes, I had a yak back and a talk boy as a kid. Oh my gosh, I forgot about the talk boy.
Yeah, the chat remembers the talk boy.
Pepperidge Farm remembers, yes.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
That could be the thing that cost you the match, sir.
Yep. Okay. So this is what I will do. Now I'm going to go out. I'm going to find a topic.
There he is.
Whoops. You see me?
Are we doing the private DM way to answer?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Gotcha.
So this is how this will work for Final Jeopardy. I'm going to pick the topic. Okay. Actually, should we pick a topic? Did we do this before where you guys picked a topic you all can agree on and I can see if I can find something? Is that how we did it
Either
before?
way, that or just consensus from the crowd.
Yeah. Consensus from the crowd, or you guys, if you guys can agree to something, I'm more than happy to see it through. By the way, that was a great round. I think everybody did pretty well, back and forth a little bit. But what we'll do is that now you all have access to my to the Poindexter Lounge Twitter, right? To DM. So this is what you will need to do. You will need to open up, because it's not time sensitive. You will need to open up your Twitter. You will give first of all, you need to send me what you want to
wager.
Oh, dang it. Yeah, what you want to wager. Oh, dang it. Did I lose it? Oh, crap. Hold on a second.
Give me 1 second.
I lost it, didn't I?
It's okay. Don't worry. What I'll do then is we're running live. I've got my phone here. I'll pop up the feed. I know it's kind of honor. Well, I know it's kind of honor system here, but
hold on a second. I've got here. I can just go back and write down their scores, whatever it was.
I got him here. Yeah.
Benson's. Hey, Benson's. Yes, I did, man. I got the Blu-ray. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate it. I just haven't been home in the last 2 days, man. I'm sorry. But yes, Benson's, I did. Benson sent me the 3-hour TV version of Superman, the movie.
Oh, nice.
Yes, and I'm looking forward to watching that because I've never seen it, and he sent it to me for that reason. Okay. So the final score from that was Big Hoss has 4,300. TW has
2550.
4250.
Oh yeah, 4250.
And Devil's Anus has 2700. So the first thing you guys need to do is send me your wager. And remember, you can wager up to the full amount of your winnings.
Mm-hmm.
But you're going to send that to me privately. Do not put that into the group chat that we're all a part of. Okay. Because then you will no one will know that until we read your answers. And what you're going to do is you're going to also send me your answer to that privately, not in the group chat. Okay, and then we will read those off when we're done. All right.
So,
now
first we'll announce the topic.
Yeah. Okay. What did I do with? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. Before you give me your wager, I will come up with a topic. And then you guys will yeah. Let me give you the topic, and then that way you guys will know what the topic is. Anybody got any ideas in the chat of what you guys would like to see these guys go off on?
They're not really saying anything.
You're not really saying anything. You guys, anybody got anything that you guys would like to see them answer? Sci-fi action movies?
Go for
Sure.
that.
Sure.
Let me see if I got something here. Sci-fi action.
Oh, wait.
Famous sporting.
What'd you say? Wait.
Oh, I sent my wager, but we didn't get the question yet.
Yeah, you didn't get it.
Disregard what I sent to you.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so it won't do sci-fi or action. Do you guys have a preference of sci-fi or action?
Action.
Let's see. I'll go action.
Go action. Okay. So the topic is action movies.
My Twitter message to you, Enosh, stands. I don't change it.
Okay.
It remains the same.
All right.
Mine has been sent.
Now, where are we supposed to click in after you ask the question?
You don't click in. You don't click in. This is the part where it does the da 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 da. Right.
Yeah.
So
you DM him the answer, and then he will read the 3 answers and what we wagered, and either add them or subtract them from our scores.
Yep. Okay. What is this one? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
I am.
Okay, your wagers are in. Let me make sure that I've got them, just so we don't have to do this again. All right. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Here we go. So it is action. Whoops. Hold on a second. Let me make sure I did this right. Okay. Ready?
Yep.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. I just wanted to make sure that I did this right. Okay.
I was born ready.
All right. Here we go, guys.
Came out the womb. I was
Here
ready.
is Final Jeopardy. It's going to be action. I'm going to pull the 300. Right? Now, mind you, do not blurt it out. Do not say anything. Just send it to me. And here we go. Liam Neeson's daughter is stolen, and he is angry.
Is that the name of the movie, I'm assuming?
Yes. Action.
Okay.
Yep. Action movies.
DM sent.
Do 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 do.
He has a very special set of skills.
That's what your mother said.
You can use that line anywhere. That's what your mother said.
That hat's gonna look real nice on my head.
All right. Whoops. Okay. Everybody has answered. Everybody has answered here. Okay. So, of course, the answer to Liam Neeson's daughter is stolen and he is angry is, of course, what is taken. All right. If I go here to, let's go to Jerry, first of all. Jerry, your answer was indeed taken.
And I wagered it all.
And you wagered 2,700, which brings you up to 5,400.
All right. I'll take that. But I'm sure these guys are just as smart about this as I am, so I'm still the loser. But
so T.W. McKay was in second place. T.W. You also answered Taken, and you wagered more points than you had, sir.
I did not.
You did.
I had 42.50 and I wagered 25.50.
Oh, yes, you did. I'm sorry. I thought you. I don't know. It's late.
You read 52.50, didn't you?
No, I read 45.50. So you wagered 25.50, which brings you to
6,800.
6,800.
Just 100 short of 6,900.
Yes. All right. Brian.
Oh, look at him. Look at him there.
Brian.
Excellent.
Also answered correctly with Taken. Brian wagered 4,300. Bringing him to 8,600. And Brian is our Jeopardy champion for this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is his third time being champion.
The trifecta, baby.
You can all suck my bag. I'm super cool, and it makes y'all mad and jealous. So suck on my bag and deal with your shit. Peace.
Suck it, Trebek. Suck it long, suck it hard.
The hat's gonna look really good on me.
All right. Quit gloating.
That's what.
Woo, woo. Woo, 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 woo. Styling and profiling. It's live and in color. Woo! 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 Slow down. Woo! 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 I'm styling and profiling. Woo! 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 Upside down. Woo! 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 Woo!
The heavyweight champion of the world, Nature Boy. Woo! Nature Boy Ric Flair. Woo! We're coming right back.
Woo! 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 Stop! We can't take it anymore.
There he is. Your champion, ladies and gentlemen, Brian, master of none, saving me some money.
That's right.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
I didn't want that hat anyway.
Oh,
some sour grapes here. It's okay. I did that last time because see, the funny thing about the Jeopardy is like everybody plays it conservative in the last round, but we're not playing for actual money. So it's like, just risk the whole damn thing. RJ found that lesson the hard way like 4 times in a row. Like he would have totally won had he just bet everything. And like, yeah.
That dude says I made my ramen and this drop is still going.
What happened on the helicopter, Brian?
You don't want to know.
Is it in a Dark Side of the Ring episode?
Yeah, a little bit. Has anybody heard of Rodney Currington?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
He had a joke, I think, that went along with that. Helicopter, helicopter, helicopter. There you go.
Okay. I'll take your word for
it. You do that.
Man.
Well, hey guys, we got a new Jeopardy champion. He's made the comeback. You know what this means, Brian? You have now won. Hold on. Does this mean that you're a 3-time champion?
3-time champion.
You were the first repeat champion.
Yeah.
And I think you're the first 3-peat champion, aren't you?
No. William broke my streak.
Did he? Did he win back to back to back?
No, he won back to back. I don't think we had about 3-peater.
Yeah, but he hasn't won 3 though. He's only won 2.
Yeah, I think he's just won 2.
So you are our first 3-time champion.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, man.
Yeah.
You are the first 3-time champion. Congratulations. Everybody did well. Everybody played well. It was fun. I hope you guys had fun. I always have fun doing it. We haven't done that in a while, and so that was a blast. That was a blast. So thank you guys, everybody.
I've never played Jeopardy before.
Yeah, it's
I look forward to losing again sometime.
As do I.
I'll tell you what, you just never know. You really just never know. I mean, because like Brian said, it can all come down to that last answer, and I
thought I was going to lose the first time, and then I think it was RJ. He had the lead going up to the last question, and he just bet half of it, and I bet everything, and I won. So it's like
RJ does have the
record though.
The record for the most points, because didn't he score like
9,000 or something?
Like 9,000 points. Well, you came pretty close though, man. You're 8,600, dude.
Well, and I also got close in that game too.
I think too he hit both daily doubles, and I think we picked a board that had higher. It had a lot
of Nickelodeon answers when he was just like Cartoon Central.
Yes.
Or yeah, I was like, whoa, dude! I didn't even know these shows existed.
Heck yeah, heck yeah. Hey, well, I hope you all had fun in the chat. Saw you guys playing along, and yeah, we had some fun here. So Hefeshan says, "Am I Hepestion?" I remember I messed this up last time.
Hefestion?
Hefestion? It's gonna bug me now. But says Jeopardy the next show. Maybe. Thanks, Elmo. I'm glad you guys had a good time. 7-time Intercontinental Champion.
Yeah.
Will Big Haws there? Will Brian get the 4? Get the 4th. Heck yeah. Well, you know what? You can go back. We talked about what if, didn't we? We didn't talk about what if. We didn't talk about what if.
Yeah.
It's okay. I know.
I know. We're gonna go because I gotta
you know
go.
What? After we get off, I'm gonna go watch it. So when you stream on it, I can join.
I will say this just so that we can say that I did talk about something. I will say this. I enjoyed it. I will say, as somebody who's been very critical of Age of Ultron, it actually made me. It made more sense than Age of Ultron did.
That's true.
I will just put it that way.
Ultron was right, and I haven't seen the episode yet, but there's been some arguments to the fact that Ultron was right, and that in the
no, that's true. I was talking about was Jolly Jake Lovell was talking about Hephaestion being Alexander the Great's buddy.
Oh, there you go. But anyways, no. What I was saying is that it very much so makes more sense than Age of Ultron did, and it's scary, and it's kind of proving my point that I think that it's going to play a big part. I think it's going to eventually play a part in the actual films.
Cool.
In the actual continuity. Benson's my kids were and Tiffany were telling me about Squid Game tonight. So excuse me, I'm gonna try to take a listen to that as well. Take a watch of that as well when I get to it. All right, guys. Well, thank you guys for being here. Like I always tell you, Brian, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you, sir?
You can find me on my channel, Brian Master of None. But you can go ahead and answer Night Star's question right quick.
Oh, you had a question?
I don't want to take us in a whole different direction, but did you see the little controversy on Netflix about how the description that they had for when they put up Man of Steel?
Mm-mm.
Check it out. Some knucklehead at Netflix decided to take a swipe at Snyder fans by saying something like, he has all these great powers, but he chooses to try to hide from like helping humanity. And I guess there was a big Twitter crusade against Netflix, and they changed it. But you still know someone over at Netflix has got it out for Snyder fans, because even their correction on the description to Man of Steel on the Netflix page for Man of Steel is just still kind of like a little dig at us. But anyway, something for another show. But I just, as we mentioned, yeah, I just saw that on something. I want to share it with you.
I'll have to take a look at that.
Check it out. Might be worth talking about next time.
By the way, so go ahead, Brian. Your channel is in the chat. Thank
Yeah.
you, Bradley. Thank you, Bradley.
I can be found at youtube.com /user /B Hill170167.
Brian Master None.
That's right.
And guys, go subscribe to him, man. You guys are in here. Go subscribe to him.
I'm over 200. I'm getting up there quick, so we're doing good.
Nice.
Yeah, come on down. I'll be talking tomorrow if I'm not dead, or not dead, but sick.
Whoa, hey now.
Well, no, I'm still in, like anticipating side effects. I haven't experienced it yet, but I'm waiting. So if I am down tomorrow, then I won't be streaming. But if I am not, I'd like to talk to some of you about watching some Lower Decks, maybe.
Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah.
Ahead of time or something, like watching
Tomorrow,
on
I'm going to probably go see Venom. Tomorrow night after...
I was thinking about it. Depends on how I feel. Like,
Yep. Probably going to go see Venom after my rehearsal. So we'll see how that goes. Nightstar, your channel is in there as well. So would you like to tell everybody where they can find you, sir?
It is. I have my regular channel, Nightstar Productions, because that's my production company. But I got to ask everybody, if you can, please do me the favor of going to my other channel, Chicago Corner. That's the station that I broadcast from every Tuesday and Friday night on Goings On in Chicago. I believe I'm up to 955 subscribers. We're really trying to get to 1,000. It will help us a lot with that channel. So, because I can't type it in the chat here right now, just look for Chicago Corner in your search bars. You'll see like a sign. It's like a red, white, and blue sign, like the colors of Chicago's flag. And if you could all just subscribe there, even if you don't watch the channel, it'd be really helpful. So.
And I look forward, it's in there now.
Thank you. And I'm looking forward to the next Jeopardy and the next Poindexter Lounge. We can talk movies and pop culture.
Heck yeah. And TW, I know you don't have a channel, but do you have anything that you'd like to promote?
Thanks, Bradley.
Universal health care, maybe?
Anyways, if you guys want to find me on,
that's my.
If you guys want to find me on, if you guys want to continue the conversation anywhere else, where you can find me on Instagram, Twitter, and Reddit at TWMcKay34, as put in the chat by me.
Awesome.
There you go.
I might hit you up. I don't know if you're at all interested in like just talking about that. I'd like to have someone talking about healthcare from an informed perspective from Canada. So maybe sometime if we're talking about it on Chicago Corner, I'll reach out to you and be cool.
I'll let you know. Like usually, and this is no disrespect to you, Jerry. I usually like to try to keep politics away from this channel. I know healthcare is a very important issue that needs to be discussed.
Oh yeah.
But it's just I think it's something that I try to keep them separate. But if I am willing to discuss, I'll be more than happy to discuss with you, because we already had a great conversation today. So
not
I know that we're going to be good. Oh no, I know.
I meant on the Chicago. Okay,
yeah.
That's cool. Okay.
Cool. Well, hey guys, you know what? Stay nerdy. We had fun tonight. Go get something to eat down at the lunch trench.
All over town, people are talking about the lunch trench. It's the ditch where you can eat your food.
What is that from?
It's Keys. He's a guy on TikTok. He's really good. I've interviewed him. You can actually find the interview that I did of him. It's Keys is his stage name, and he's a good kid. He also has.
I've been thinking about blowing up my toaster, but then I would make my bread hot and hard at the same time.
I've got a song suggestion for him. I've been thinking about setting Gary's beard on fire.
Dude, you're gonna get everybody in so much trouble.
I know. That's what I did.
They totally, they.
I did go to the chat. I mean, there weren't a whole lot of comments, but I guess I did ruffle like one or two people's on YouTube. I didn't see it anywhere else though.
Look, just tickle his beard.
Just liking to tease everybody a little bit, just tickling it a little bit.
Can we compromise and I can just like yank on it?
Maybe a little bit.
No
All
teasing.
Right,
no
All right,
tickling.
All right, guys. Well, hey, that's our content for tonight. I leave you with this.
I hate the word content. When people say they're putting out content, it means they're putting out garbage filler material because they have nothing to say. With that being said, I have now completed my content for the day.
We love you guys. Thank you for all your support. And thank you for all that you mean to the Poindexter Lounge. Until next time, remember, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. And don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter. But keep trying to have good conversations regardless of everything else. And just enjoy life. Enjoy life. Live and let live. And you know what? As long as you're respectful to everybody, there'll always be a place for you guys here in the Poindexter Lounge. Till next time. Bye-bye.